Bun is always tired.
Because exhaustion is a real thing.
I feel that on a emotional level.
Though, eventually, J-Frost, you're going to have to start talking to Bun because we're going to need a whole lot of character art.
Funny you mention that. There's some things cooking up.
Yay.
But I can't say a whole lot right now, so,
Though, I would say...
we're talking about cooking, so maybe we should ask Bob about it instead.
Hey, Bob! What's cooking?
I have a list if you want to hear it, and we are not live.
I mean, we are live, actually, yes.
So we're gonna have to keep that on the secret.
Yeah, you're not going to get the menu yet.
Yeah, I was just saying, I was wondering, because if Bun wants, I can get them art for all of the dragons, because I'm pretty sure we're going to be polymorphing those dragons so they fit in the campus. Which, oh dear lord, more sexy dragons.
I mean, if they're not polymorphed, that's going to be trouble. I mean, I'm going to have to cook a lot of food.
Yeah.
Man, I can't believe we're going to actually have to... I can't believe Bob's going to have to cook a literal 20-course buffet.
For each dragon.
For each dragon.
Bitch, I
can already hear people asking for art of this recipe book.
I mean, there is already at least one D&D recipe book.
I've heard it's not the best.
I wouldn't know. Also, Wizards, I am not disparaging anything you do currently that is not NFTs, so please hire me. There's always a random chance somebody is watching.
I mean, Vaughn, you took the shot, so hey, who knows?
I live by the less than Jake rule of I've been waiting 20 years, I finally get to sell out. One of my favorite moments from the... Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, I could talk to you about some wizard stuff later. We'll do that off stream.
Oh, yeah. But no, that was one of my favorite moments when I got to see Less Than Jake live. Because they did a cover of the old Reese's Puffs cereal, like a jingle for a EP they did of just commercials and other stuff. And Reese's Puff was like, hey, sweet, free jingle. They're like, we'll buy this from you. And they're like, yeah! We finally got to sell out! And oh hey, we got Tart dancing in our chat already. Oh hey Tart, how you doing?
We got Tart.
Let's make a jingle about farting tarts. The new hit cereal.
But yeah, no, I am very happy, as many of you saw, and soon Zaimi will be helping with. I finished all the lore for all 13 packed boons. Now I just need to wait for their gracious editing before I get this over to my formatter friend, and then it's just a matter of getting art together for it.
I plan to take a look at that as soon as I get back from work tomorrow.
No rush. But still, now at least I no longer have to do creative writing that is spooky. Though,
wait, there's creative spooky writing, and I missed it?
I mean, I'm writing about warlocks. It has to be vaguely spooky.
True.
I like the spookiness.
Well, there's plenty to go around. 13 whole pack boons to change up how you would play any of the canon classes, canon subclasses for warlock in 5e. So yeah, lots of fun. It can even probably be mixed with some homebrew stuff that you find. Though it's not made to probably synergize with the homebrew I've made for warlocks. Mostly because I made this out of order. Learning curve. I'm just saying. Go ahead.
Never forget, Halloween is the only thing stopping Christmas from leaching further into the year like a cancerous growth. The goth kids hold the line.
That we do, and one day we shall have our national holiday.
Oh,
so
you do, Halloween.
So it's now a bad time to bring up Christmas in July.
It's a very bad time.
I mean, you say that. You say that, but Christmas is is fighting a two-pronged war against the Goths and the hopeless romantics.
And it's already losing that war in Japan, where for some reason Christmas is a romantic holiday.
True.
Look, I just want to stop seeing Christmas trees up in August in Target. Like that's a step too far. Let me get through my pumpkin spice Hershey Kisses first before you start throwing like jingles and Last Christmas at me.
But how will we ever like let Mariah Carey survive if she does not fill her phylactery of Christmas songs?
She can stay frozen.
You need to
Last
let it
year-
go.
Last year
I
on November
refuse.
1st,
Oh, don't get me
she
started.
literally put out a video of her unthawing and singing.
Yeah, I
That-
saw that.
Like, guys, it scorned me so. Like, I left out November 1st to go do a tire change for a car, and since I had a long wait, it was like, screw it, I'm gonna go to IHOP. They had apple like spice pancakes for fall, and I'm like, oh yeah, I'm gonna get apple spice pancakes. I sit down at the table, the menu's in my hand. The poor waitress comes out and says, "Oh, so I'm sorry, we actually don't have this offer anymore because the seasonal menu switched," and hands me Christmas menu, and I'm like, how dare November 1st. No.
Man.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you say. Go ahead.
No, you.
You say that, but I'm pretty sure that I've seen one Christmas stuff on October 21st, and I've also seen Valentine's Day stuff on December 18th.
Good fucking grief. I mean, don't get me wrong. If people are trying to get like stuff from Michael's on sale for cosplay, I get it. The best time to go pick up like cotton and stuff for costumes is literally after Christmas because it all goes on sale.
Mhm.
Leaves after Halloween. But again, Christmas can wait. Like, let me enjoy my Halloween for more than a day. Let me have it.
Well, speaking of Halloween stuff, me and CG might have something in the works for that, but we can't speak about that too much right now, can we, buddy?
Possibly. I'm not entirely sure what you're referring to, but I'll roll along with it.
Nani?
Let's just say I might have talked to some interested parties about an idea I had, and we might talk more about that as we get close. But it's too early. It's too early. Why don't you just look over at the
Spooky
side?
scary.
I already posted up the new spell I created that last session.
Spooky Scary Skeletons intensifies.
I mean, that's basically my entire channel.
I'm still trying to find out the name of that one game I want you to try out, Vaughn. It's the one that's basically a bunch of skeletons in a graveyard that has the horn duding, and basically your whole goal is to yeet people out of the graveyard.
More things to play. All I know is that I'm looking forward to probably tomorrow getting some more Bravely Default 2 because, dear lord, have I boss rushed a lot in the last 2 days of playing. And I still have to get up this next episode of the VOD up on YouTube, though the first one is up. Yay.
But Vaughn, remember, there might be a chance for New Game Plus with even more bosses.
Okay, they can only shove so many bosses into this game, trust me. These are traditional JRPGs.
Question.
Never say never.
I have gone through this game. Do you want a commentary on this?
No, not yet, or at least no spoilers.
It's not so much spoilers as it's in regards to bosses. Not bosses particular, but how they use them in game.
Oh, I do know, and I have collected many asterisks.
Indeed.
Yes.
There is a New Game Plus, I'll give you that much.
Oh, Lord.
But
I was right.
I mean, for a game like this, that's really not surprising. The last Bravely Default game, New Game Plus, was actually how you had to continue the plot.
Oh, jeez. Well, I will keep that in mind. Also, Wiley, I know you're currently eating curry, but please, We need you to at least join the game.
I forgot.
the
Now,
slight
for those of
pop
you
as he
that-
unmutes got me. I was like, oh no. It's a big PP time already?
Don't worry, we have Cardboard Wiley just in case. But it's not the same.
I mean, with the amount of soundboard he has, I think he could make it pretty close to the same.
Yeah, you're right. You pull the cord once and suddenly it's a whole new sound.
I could feel him already hovering over.
I'm trying to get my picture to load. Roll20's being a butt.
Well, that still gives us a little bit more time to get everybody in here. So that is good. Also, I can't even
What?
show the people. I figured out why I couldn't share the people because the caption for this.
I like that.
Oh Lord, I realized why I couldn't show the people last week. It's because the capture I have for this is set to a different game than the one I have set for Cholta Personality.
I love how nearly everybody didn't even change their icons.
Oh, so I changed mine back, but
Aww.
I just had to bring out the owl. Which, did anyone realize where that owl is from?
Yours?
Yeah.
Pretty sure it's
Yeah,
Don
right.
Bluth
Doodle.
movie.
Huh?
He's from a Don Bluth movie.
Yes.
The movie is called Rockadoodle.
Yes!
Rockadoodle.
That fucking opening song lives rent-free in my head. As
What?
soon as you guys were like, so we have a trolley idea, the first owl I thought of was him immediately.
I may or may not have been torturing Vaughn over the last few weeks with the Owl Feast song.
Yeah. And all of you have spread the owl hate to everyone in every Discord.
Now you know how I fucking feel with Shame Cat.
You
Hey.
know...
Fair.
Fair. In fact, I actually gotta give it to him.
Listen, I have never contributed to Shame Cat. I have only ever just listened to Wiley's 30-minute loop of the song several times. But let's start going around the horn so we can get ready. J Frost, where can they find you?
You can find me here at twitch.tv/JFrost747, where this week, barring certain things from occurring, well, you'll be able to find me playing some Borderlands 1. Unfortunately, the multiplayer in that game is kind of shite, so it's gotta be single player, because, oh god, the lag. Dear god, the lag. Please, no, not the lag. But other than that, you can find me also at twitch.tv/fartingtard for our War of the Shattered Sun campaign for every Sunday, and not this week, but next week, same place, for our Curse of Strahd campaign, hosted by our lovely DM here, CG Ghost.
Or just CG, you know.
Look, I gotta go with the full thing. I'm tempted to put in a title of Esquire. Or Lord. So yeah, that'll be it.
Alrighty, moving right along. Bob, where can they find you?
Well, how to do? My name is Shadowdancer Bob. You can find me on Twitch and Twitter at Shadowdancer Bob. On Sundays, we've got the Maelstrom, which is a WWE meets 2K, a WWE 2K19 meets D&D world with nearly 100 players. On Mondays, you can find me on twitch.tv/LannyPator, where I am playing Daener the Tabaxi Wizard. Last week, he went one-on-one with the Bleeding God. And now the aftermath of that particular battle will be going on. This coming Tuesday, you can find me on my channel where I will be streaming Destiny 2 with the 101 Guard because the Guardian games are dropping on my birthday, and I am very happy for that. Wednesdays, you can find me occasionally on twitch.tv/TrashKingArisen for the Under the Shroud campaign, where I play the devilishly handsome Silver Devil. Thursday and Friday, depending, will be a number of things on my channel. We've got Subnautica, we got Where the Water Tastes Like Wine, we've got the Trials of Somnium Vagus, which is very, very fun, very, very interesting. On Saturdays, you can find me right here playing Indare the Tabaxi Artificer. Now, Willie, how about you, my friend? Where can people find you? What do you have going on?
When I'm not stuffing my face with non-bread, you can find me at XWiley on Twitch and Twitter, and I have a YouTube channel where I put up memes and music. I've got 2 songs on the works right now. Zai, let me eat.
I think that's the most interject I've heard Wiley in over a year.
Man, so J Frost is gonna appreciate that pun. Anyway, so hi, I'm Zyme. You can catch me on Twitch at Zyme site, where I'm streaming on Sundays, Mondays, occasionally Wednesdays, Thursday and Friday. Mondays and Mondays I'm doing Dark Souls. Wednesdays it's kind of been like meh, either Dark Souls or some art. Thursday I've been playing Monster Hunter Rise, where the Lightning Doggo, aka the Apex Zenogre, is whooping my ass and has continued to whoop my ass for the past 2 days. This is fine. You can also catch me over on Twitter at twitter.com/Zyminess, where, you know, I rant about life and workouts and different posters that I see while watching AEW. But yeah, that's pretty much me. When I'm not playing games or drawing, I'm writing articles for my website, and that's basically it. Yeah. Woohoo! PG or Vaughn, y'all fight for it.
I surrender.
Okay, that means you go next.
Curses. Hello, I'm CG. You can find me nowhere because I don't much care for social media, but you can find me over on Farting Tarts channel every Sunday, like tomorrow, for War of the Shattered Sun. Every other Tuesday for the Curse of Strahd. Now, we are off this upcoming Tuesday for Curse of Strahd, but once we get back into it the week after, party has made their way to the haunted manor of Argynvostold. And, look to fulfill one of their last cards. So probably nothing is going to happen. I bet there's nothing in that realm, their house realm.
Yeah, no, it's totally fine. Everyone knows that Barovia is totally a safe place to vacation.
Indeed.
Now I must quickly drink something before I choke on my own lungs.
How does that
okay.
work?
You'd be surprised.
Yeah, no. Especially when you smoke as much as I do. But hey, you've already found me here at twitch.tv/BurnoutVaughn, where recently, as I've said, I have completed all of the preliminary work for my upcoming 13 Warlock pack boons that I've homebrewed up for everybody to help give people more options to play when they go into Warlock. As well as I've been doing a pretty fun playthrough of Bravely Default 2, like I said. Looking to hopefully get into some more tomorrow or Monday. It really helps that game just ticks away the hours and I end up with 5 and 6 hour playthroughs. But keep an eye out for that, or possibly some more Ender Lilies, since we still have some maps to get through in there. But now I think it's time for us to get in to the theme song so we can start playing. So if you'll excuse me for 1 second, I'm going to play us out the lovely song that XWiley made for us. Now here we go.
Oh boy, is it that time again?
I believe it is.
Alright, allow me to clear my throat. Woo! Man, that felt good. Anyways, shall we get started? Alrighty. Last time on Saved by the Spell, our wonderful student body here unfortunately had to deal with some, troubles. Troubles involving, you know, the stress of, you know, the first days here on the campus, the feeling of overwhelmingness with all the potential examinations, the future prospects of, you know, gaining such high renown and regard for future spells to be created, future accolades to be achieved, and a tiny little bit of murder, but you know, who's counting that? And so, our story returns back to campus, where our lovely party is currently being prepared for their first days of class. So, let's start with who are we going to go with? Let's see, with classes. Interesting. Okay, I'm gonna do y'all a favor, and I'm doing a little fun because I'm busting out the big dice.
Oh no, it's the thick dice.
It's the D1000 dice that I finally got.
That's a dummy thick dice, sir.
That's some very dummy thick dice. It's a lot of sides, if you know what I mean. So, let's see which class is gonna be first. Interesting. Well, we're going to start with a nice bit. And also, it has come to my attention that, music is not going on. Let's fix that, shall we?
There we are.
Lovely music. Our setting will be taking place right now in a classroom. And not just any classroom. A classroom for our classmates who are currently within Incomancy. For those of you that have beginning Incomancy, this will be your class that you will be in, starting off right now. So, that would mean Daedalus, Salus, Goldbloom, and that's it. So,
Nothing can go wrong with this pairing.
oh, nothing at all. Nothing at all. In fact, I'm actually gonna do something here. Let's see. For those that are in this class, we shall have a little bit of fun. A little bit of fun. Let me pull up a sheet here just to make sure everybody is current in attendance. Let's see. Here's...
Present.
God damn it, Bob. Ah. Okay, so this is gonna be a fun one. File. Open for classes. just need to copy your name, and your name, and we shall be good. In the meantime, for those that are currently within Incomancy, Daedalus, Salus, and of course, Goldbloom, what all are you doing right now?
Daedalus is immediately preparing all his materials so that way he can have the first go of his terrific transcriber in the middle of the best class for it.
Excellent, excellent. What about the rest of you? Salus, Goldblue.
Salus is, at this juncture, rapidly tapping his quill writing utensil and looking out the window at every 2 minutes or so, like he's anxious about something.
Anxious, you say? I wonder why. I mean, it is the first day of class, so... And Goldbloom, what about you?
Goldblum is pretending to know what he's doing by copying Salus.
Oh, okay, you caught me off guard with that one.
It's not like I'm copying his homework. I'm just copying him.
I imagine Goldblum does try to copy homework when there's nothing written on the page.
Copy. It's all blank. It's all blank.
The answer is insightful.
Alrighty, well, with that being said and done, let me just make sure. Ah, yes.
Goldblum, why are you looking over in my general direction?
I'm learning.
Friend, I don't really have that much to teach you, I'm afraid.
Yeah, if you want to see something impressive, just wait. As Daedalus is now very carefully arranging an inkwell next to an empty notebook.
Ah, boy. I love y'all. And with that being said and done... Oh, my apologies, CG.
No, go ahead.
The door to your classroom slides open. The students all go silent. As an owlin professor walks in. Very short, being approximately standing at around maybe 4'5". You see kind of this tweed jacket on him, a pair of glasses with a little bit of a chain wrapping around the back of their head. Feathers nice and prepped. And of course, see him kind of like a silver chain going into his pocket. And as this individual steps forward onto the podium, he goes, Good evening, class! I am Professor Hootsworth. I will be your teacher for today and for the rest of the semester. It's good to see you all, and I am so happy to be your professor. Oh. So, before we get started, allow me to do a roll call. And you watch as he immediately produces a scroll from his bag. Alrighty, let's see here. Oh my, all the students here. Let's see now, Gina. And you just hear, here. Roderick. Here. Septicus. I'll take that as a here. Larkspurred? Yeah. Correct. Yeah. Mr. Boxer Bixendorf? Here. One Mr. Goldblum?
Here.
Alrighty. Mr. Salis. Mr. Salis.
Here.
Oh, there you are. Good to see you. One Mr. Daedalus.
Present.
Mr. Daedalus.
Present.
There you are. Alrighty. Good to see you all. Good to see you all. Now, as stated, I am Professor, and he turns around onto the board, and you watch as he mage hands a piece of chalk over to the board and begins to write his name. I am Professor Hootsworth. Of course, my full name, if you need me to use it, is Professor Hootsworth von Hootvon the Third. And I will type that up if you need me to.
Please.
In the meantime, Daedalus is just twitching in his seat, gripping the desk like he's about to break through it. I warned you. I warned you they were onto something.
Oh my. Yes. Now, for those of you that are wondering, I am to be your professor here for the grand study of Incomancy. That which is, of course, known as the transcribing of magical capabilities upon parchment paper, usually in the creation of scrolls. How exciting! Woohoo! Oh, I look forward to it. Oh, you're going to learn so much. I cannot lie. I'm happy. And you just see him kind of bouncing up and down. Just, like, kind of like the front puff of his chest, like, bouncing up. Kind of like a singular, like, kind of like a pillow, almost. It looks soft.
Meanwhile, Daedalus just raises up one shaky hand, snaps his finger, and goes, "Note," as the pen animates, dips into the ink, and starts writing down anything he says.
Oh, goodness gracious. Well, so, for those of you not familiar, let me ask you all a simple question. Who here can tell me about Incomancy? Anyone? Come now. Don't be shy.
Pardon me. Does it involve the inscribing of spells onto scrolls?
Of course. Of course, I did say that. Though, pray tell, why do we do this? Why is it necessary for all magic wielders to have scrolls? Or at least, have a backup supply of scrolls?
Well, for one thing, it is so that way wizards can further continue the practice of archiving the knowledge of different spells, as well as deriving new ways to cast them.
Excellent work, Mr. Daedalus. Excellent work. And Mr. Salis, good on you as well. I'm very proud of you both. Off to a good start. Now, there is, of course, much to be learned and gained from Incomancy and the transcribery of scrolls. Now, let us begin with this. Scrolls themselves are a very, whilst many would see them as mundane and unnecessary, they're very important. Especially considering the fact that our ability to tap into the magical weave, as many scholars have announced, has its limitations. However, we are able to get around this by being able to create scrolls. Of course, for a scroll to exist, it requires two important factors. A piece of parchment paper, that way you can write upon it, or any type of parchment really, so long as it is, transcribable to write on. And of course, ink. And not just any ink. Arcane ink. Now, who can tell me what is the purpose of arcane ink? What is its original source? Anyone? I see. Going to have to get a little bit more direct. Alright, here, allow me to do something. And you watch as your professor reaches into his bag and pulls out a plugged inkwell. Class, can you tell me what this is?
An inkwell.
Yes, very good. But what's inside this inkwell?
Ink that is well.
I mean, you're not wrong in a sense, Mr. Goldblum, but not correct either. Anyone? Mr. Mr. Grek, what about you? Can you tell me? Magical ink? You're not wrong. Alright. Seems I need to get a little bit more interesting. Alrighty, here I go. And you watch as this professor pops off the plug upon his inkwell. And you watch suddenly as a geyser of black ink shoots up into the air, landing down right in front of your professor, and taking on a living, malleable form. Standing at approximately 5 foot exact, made of pure liquid ink. This is an ink construct, forged completely out of arcane ink. So, yes, Mr. Samus?
It's impressive, sir, but what animates it, if I may ask?
Oh, I'm so glad you asked, Mr. Samus. What animates it is actually something very unique to the world that we live in. You see, ink golems are not created by any mage at all. In fact, they're actually a natural phenomenon. Well, natural in the sense of they're created without the usage of any wizard, or warlock, or sorcerer, or bard, or cleric, you know what I mean. But these beings that you see right before you are actually the closest that some can get to the very weave itself. They are animated by pure arcane energy. Arcane energy that we do not have access to. And from that moment, everybody kind of just leans in and goes, ooh. So, what do you think?
Fascinating.
Oh, I thought so. But anyways, ink golems are, as stated before, they are a natural phenomenon. In fact, you can usually find them over some parts of the world. Granted, you'll find them mostly within areas that are concentrated with, well, usually of natural phenomena. Usually a perfect arcane in weave entrance. Tends to slip out into the physical reality that we currently occupy. Mostly towards water spaces. That's usually where you'll find these entities. In fact, this one right here, and he kind of just waves his feathered hand to it, was actually found within the Goriana Trench. About 500 miles deep in water.
So wait, are they closer to water elementals then than they are ink?
In a sense, Mr. Goldblum, in a sense. Granted, they're not all... They are similar, but they are not water elementals. It's a very weird thing. Water elementals technically come from the elemental plane of water, which has its own unique arcane source. These entities, as stated, are unique in the fact that their connection to arcane energies do not come from elemental planes, but again, from the very weave itself. Many scholars have actually been trying to figure out what makes this phenomena occur. Granted, there's, well, so much that one can theorize and guess, and even today, scholars still ponder. I must admit, even I am actually perplexed. But we'll cover ink golems further into the semester. So, let's start by testing out some scroll practicing. Now, class, I am going to hand you out a piece of parchment, and I will hand you a small vial of normal ink. I want you all to do me a favor. There is enough ink within each vial to write down a 400-word essay. You will begin your class by doing this. I want you to write down an entire list of arcane spells that you are familiar with. And of course, if possible, please leave down componentry. And as he says this, you see Professor Hootsworth get up from his podium and begin walking around to the class. You hear moaning and groaning, and everybody's just going, ugh, not an essay. And as he starts passing out his parchments and, well, it's these small vials, he goes, Now, I understand that some of this may seem a little bit too much, especially for a first day, but I have faith in you all. I see potential scholars. I see the future of magic. I see... Clyde, get that tooth out of there. Yes, I see it. Anyways, I see the brightest minds in all of our world. And as he reaches to your desk, Goldblum, he puts down the paper and the ink vial and goes... And most importantly, I see potential for greatness. And then he immediately walks over to Daedalus and hands you yours. I see legacy. And as he walks away, he goes to your desk, Salus, and places your parchment and ink vial and stated, and most importantly, I see hope. And with that, he turns away, heading back to the podium, pulling up a chair, and sitting down and goes, I will give the class approximately... I'll give the class approximately 1 hour to complete this. I have faith in you all. You can do this. Oh, with that being said, for those of you wishing to work on anything, please give me one example of a spell you would like to put down upon this paper. Note that this is not an actual spell scroll that you will be creating, but merely a mock-up of it. And while you're doing this, roll me an Arcana to recall all information of whatever spell you wish.
Can I roll my Arcana with advantage because I'm just going to be copying down the spell I already made into a spell scroll to give to the shop owner, especially since it's my own spell?
Yes, I will give you advantage.
Jesus.
Oh! You dodged a literal bullet there.
I should still have done way better. I literally created the spell. I know the exact components and everything.
You're distracted by the owl. There you go.
Yeah.
Fair.
That
Yeah.
would actually make
I can't
sense.
give him my secrets.
know you're on
It's
to me.
conflicted.
I know you know this.
I'm also mad I didn't make the
Alright.
spell a ritual spell, because I've already used up one of my second level slots for the day. But go ahead.
Alrighty. Daedalus, you have, and if you would please call out your rolls.
Oh, 11.
You have an 11. Alright, we'll get to you in just a bit. Goldblum? Salus? How about you guys?
I pick a spell, right?
7.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna be literal, and I choose Skywrite. 13.
Goldblum with the highest out of you all.
Oh God!
We got schooled by the himbo!
The fucking himbo! It's the highest score. Oh
D&D
boy.
wacky.
D&D whack, y'all. D&D whack. Alrighty. So, Goldblum, as you are beginning to transcribe your spell of Skywrite upon this piece of paper, you think... There's a couple times where you're thinking, Skywrite. Alright, I should have the knowledge of the materials and components. I think there's none. Takes you a bit, and you kind of second-guess yourself here and there, but nothing too bad. Daedalus, what was your spell that you wanted to use? Oh wait, you did tell me. It's Terrific Transcriber, correct? Yes?
Yes.
Perfect. You're thinking, owls, they're onto me. They know the secrets. No, I will not let them know.
Yeah.
So there's a few points here and there where it's just like, not gonna give them everything. Maybe whet the appetite, but not everything.
Yes, I leave out the higher level casting abilities.
And Salus, what spell were you hoping to copy down?
The spell that he is probably the most intimately familiar with. Revivify.
Wonder why. Revivify. I'm not gonna lie, Salus. It's definitely hard to... In fact, at points you kind of mess up. Especially when it comes to the component costs. You're thinking too much upon certain prior events. As time ticks by, you hear kind of a bell ring, but not the end of class bell. No, it's just a little alarm bell. Oh, whew. I'm awake. All right. So, it's been an hour. Let's see what you've all written down. And as Professor Hootsworth gets up, he immediately walks over and goes, interesting. Let's see what we've got here. Mr. Bixendorf? Scrying. Interesting choice. Good. You got everything else. Mr. Greg? Let's see, you have... Ooh, very nice. Lightning bolt. It's a good spell. Mr. Spirit, what do you have? Oh. I believe you meant charm person, not harm person. There's a huge difference. Let's see now. Mr. Salus, what do you have? Revivify, okay. Oh, Mr. Salus, you're missing the component. And he kind of taps on your paper.
And he quickly writes down a diamond worth 300 gold pieces.
Ah, there you go. Don't worry about it. It's the best of us. It's a higher level spell, you know. Let's see. Mr. Daedalus, what spell do you have here? Ooh, well, hello there. That's a spell I'm not familiar with. Terrific Transcriber. Would you mind if I took a look at this, dear boy?
Oh, yeah, sure. You can even purchase a copy of the spell soon from the local store. I'm working out a deal with them.
Ooh, fascinating. Already going onto the entrepreneurship. Makes me proud. You'll do good, my dear boy. And he kind of ruffles your hair with his hand. Oh, are you alright, Mr. Daedalus?
Just no touching.
Understood. Kind of immediately puts the paper down and just taps on the paper. Good job. Still, the 5% margin for error, a little bit of, a little tricky, but don't worry. And immediately, Professor Hootsworth walks up to you, Goldblum, and goes, let's see what you have, Mr. Goldblum. Ooh, Skywrite! Very underrated spell. Very nice. Many a time that spell has been used to quite a... Of course, it usually goes from anywhere between SOSs and, of course, practical jokes. Oh goodness, you have no idea how many jokes have been used to scare local villagers with that. Righty. And with that, he goes around and collects all your papers, and he just... You know, he gently gets them all organized, and goes, alrighty. Now, as you can see, all of these papers were written on just plain normal ink. Now what happens when you introduce these kinds of scrolls to magical ink? And he pulls out a very tiny vial. Approximately one that is a quarter the size that you were all given. And a piece of parchment. Now, who all here is willing to take a test? And don't worry, it's only one person who's going to take this.
Daedalus is so conflicted right now.
Anyone? Taking volunteers before I have to call on someone.
Finally, his arm just shoots up.
Ah, Mr. Daedalus, perfect. Good to see that you're taking quite an interest in my class. Good to see indeed. Now, Mr. Daedalus, I'm going to have you transcribe a spell. Now, here's the best part about this. Because Arcane Ink works in such a unique function, you technically do not need to know the spell by heart, but you do need to have the knowledge of the spell. So, we're going to go with a very simplistic spell. We're going to go with one out of the general arcane practices. Are you ready for it?
Yes.
Oh, excellent, excellent. Now, we're going to start off with, of course, a simple first level spell. And I believe this one is a good one to have, due to the fact that, of course, it is not a lethalic spell. Are you familiar with the spell Featherfall?
No.
That might be a problem. Alrighty. Let's try another one. Are you familiar with the spell Fog Cloud?
No. Perhaps this would be easier if I just showed you my spellbook.
More than likely. Here, let me take a look at your spellbook, dear boy.
Alright, and I will show you my spells, which you can just see in my character sheet.
I will, in fact. Character sheet. Let's see. Not bad, not bad. Ooh, very interesting right here. Okay, not bad, not bad. Good. Not bad, not bad. Oh, I remember the hijinks I used to pull with this one. This one, good. Yes. Ooh, that one's a fun one. Alright, I'm going to do you one right here. So, I found one that you're going to cast. Are you ready?
Yes.
I want you to make me a spell scroll of Unseen Servant.
Alrighty.
Now remember, you only have a limited amount of ink, so you need to get this as done correctly as possible. And he slides you the micro vial of ink.
Okay.
I will give you 10 minutes. So please, if you can, begin your work. And with that, you see Professor Hootsworth go back to his podium and immediately crosses his hands over. And with a single turn of his head, of near perfect, 180-degree turn, he immediately looks at the clock behind him.
Alright, well...
Oh, go ahead.
No, you go ahead first before I say.
Daedalus, because this is a 10-minute spell, well, this is a 10-minute write-down and you only have so much, please roll me an Arcana check.
Now, bear with me because I have something different in mind. Since it typically takes an hour to transcribe a spell based on whatever level it is, this is already a bit of a fool's errand. So Daedalus is going to try to game the system. He is going
And how are you gonna game the system?
Well, simple. All I have to do is dictate what's in my spell book to my terrific transcriber, and it can use the ink and the scroll itself.
Interesting. Roll me an Arcana with advantage.
Okie dokie. 16.
More than enough to pass.
And all it cost me was my other second level spell slot.
Oof. Daedalus, as you begin transcribing this, you immediately decide, wait a minute. This is a fool's errand. It'll take literally an hour just to get this done. So, with a ingenious idea of yours, you decide to have your terrific transcriber do the work for you.
Yep, he just opens up his spell book and starts speaking to the pen, which starts writing down everything he says. So all he has to do is just speak aloud the entire formula of the spell.
Yes, perfect. And with that, 10 minutes goes by. Your professor turns his head back, facing forward. And time. Do you have the spell?
Here you are.
Excellent. Takes it from your hand. So, with that being said, let's begin, shall we? And you watch as he immediately unfurls the scroll and goes, Ave, Sedatus, Servanatus, Uncinibus! And immediately from there, the scroll begins to light up. And then, it disappears. So, who all here believes that the spell worked? Or didn't work? Some raise their hands, some don't.
Daedalus just confidently waves his because he knows it worked.
Well, there's only one way to find out. Could someone please do me a favor and, oh, let's see here. Someone please... I want someone to come and hand me a quill without putting it in my hand.
Daedalus cannot do that.
Anyone? Taking volunteers. Going once. Going twice.
Alright, Daedalus will raise his hand again.
Mr. Daedalus.
Daedalus will
Admire
take...
your
Oh, go ahead.
tenacity. But I want you to actually keep into your seat right now. You deserve a good rest, my boy. Goldblum.
Yeah.
Please come forward and hand me your quill.
He will do so.
And you present the quill.
Yes?
You watch as the quill is taken from your hand, but it's not being taken by Professor Hootsworth's hand. In fact, it seems as if it's being levitated all on its own. And then it's tucked into his shirt. Neatly. And there you have it, folks. Unseen Servant. A very useful spell. And it's one that is definitely worthwhile to have via scrolls. Goodness. I remember my first Unseen Servant. Helped me out getting so many groceries. Really cut down on the trips. Alrighty, but that's enough horseplay from me. Alrighty, folks, I do believe that that is our lesson for today, and we shall begin tomorrow with the first study of general practitioning of Incomancy. So, for tonight, there will be no homework. However, if you could do me a favor, I want you all to really think long and hard about the importance of scroll usage. So, with that being said, have a good day, everyone! Toodaloo! Woohoo! And you watch as your professor just immediately grab his bag, and you watch him begin to fly up in the air and out a window.
Daedalus immediately leans over to Salus. I told you to couldn't be trusted. He tried to set me up to fail, but I outsmarted him.
Meanwhile, Salus is kind of looking out the window, just absentmindedly listening to what Daedalus is saying. Is like, did he say good afternoon at the beginning of class? This is morning, isn't it?
It all just blends together to me, personally.
Well, it depends when you wake up, right?
See, that's kind of where my thought process was. I was listening to the lecture best I could, but I just could not get that out of my head. Also, Daedalus,
Yes.
where did you get this little trick? And he kind of points to the paper.
Oh, this. I created myself.
And you just did that out of thin air?
I mean, not thin air. I had to get materials first.
And you're selling it already?
I mean, yes. If you provide a service, I'll always be paid for it.
That is... You know, I guess I would probably want to ask Aepitus to this, but truth be told, that's kind of forward thinking for my mental view of you. Good on you.
I mean, it's just basic family motto. Oh, that's right. We haven't really talked much about that. You do realize that my family owns an entire, company of diamond mines.
Diamonds.
Yes.
That sounds quite right lucrative.
It is. My father is also working on creating new mining engines to make it easier. The dwarfs are very happy with the prototype so far.
Mining, you say? Like Something that may help you get through perhaps some of the deepest rock.
I mean, yes. Though, you typically want to know who's on the other side of the deepest rocks first. That's just rule 1 of being a drow or a dwarf.
And that's rule number 1 of my parents' profession as well, I can tell you that much. Though usually there aren't people on the other sides, but it's dangerous all the same.
You haven't spent much time in the Underdark. There's almost always something on the other side.
Oh, I didn't say there was nothing on the other side. I just said there wasn't people on the other side.
Well, that's how you crash a drow party, and that's soon how you end up dead. So, remember that. And Dalus just starts walking off, now just muttering to himself about owls.
As the rest of the class is leaving, Alice would like to take a look around and make note of any of the interesting classmates. Just kind of get a good look at their faces.
Alright, so you're trying to look at some of your fellow student body, yes?
Yes.
Roll me a perception check.
Okay. Let's see who's a looker. 17.
17. Alrighty. Well, allow me to bring up who you see, because that's actually not too bad of a roll. In fact, hey, that's pretty good. Okay. Allow me to bring up. With that, you happen to see individual that kind of just seems very focused and intense. You see, it's kind of hard to get a readout on this one student because it looks like their eyes are kind of changing all the time. At one point, you could have sworn they're blue eyes one moment and green eyes the next moment, and then suddenly they're solid chocolate brown. But from the roll call, you can see that that student was known as Boxer Bixendorf. Another student that you would happen to have noticed would have been, let's see. Kind of this elf. Actually, no. You would have seen a goblin. There's a goblin, a firbolg, and an elf that you also would have noticed. The goblin student, from what you can tell, was named Greg. The firbolg, I think their name was Goslin? But kind of blends in. You definitely weren't paying attention too much to some of them. But you definitely remember kind of this humanoid, a human student, a goblin, firbolg, an elf, and of course, another human. Definitely the last one, on Lark. Very pretty, very good looking. For at least, human standards. And she was definitely not too bad. The only thing... you kind of see that she kind of has, like, this real mucusy kind of, tone to her skin, though. It's... You think, maybe she'd get a towel for that one. You know.
No. actually.
What, like a paper towel?
No, I don't follow.
No, just like
Above
if you're
game,
gonna,
I just don't
if,
follow.
if you're gonna like shake hands with them, maybe have a
Oh,
towel on
okay.
hand.
Okay.
Moist. But with that being said, we're actually gonna jump to another classroom. And for those that happen to have the history of magic and art, you will be sitting in another classroom. Kind of a combination between an amphitheater style and, interestingly enough, it's almost a combination of an amphitheater with its seating arrangements and with how the chairs are, like, but they're really comfortable. So for this class, I believe it would be Iepetus and Ender, correct? You both have the history of magic and art?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Awesome, awesome. So before class starts, what are you two doing? Please, allow the audience to know your actions.
Well, I have a question. Has it been a like, is this a separate day from what took place last time above game?
A little bit, yes. You definitely managed to get some rest and everything else. And this is separate from the frog incident.
Yes,
It's been a
J.
little
Frost,
while.
how long has it been since last session for things that might require daily amounts for me?
Or slot refill?
I was literally half dead.
I will say it's been a solid. I'll say it's been a solid day and a half, 2 days since the frog incident and everything.
Noted.
So, that being said, please tell us, what all are you doing right now in your class while you're waiting on your teacher to arrive?
And there has.
Oh,
Go
go ahead.
Oh goodness.
We're too polite. Go ahead.
So, Indare has a quill and a bit of parchment out, and he's drawing a number of designs. It looks like he's drawing designs for a number of plates and a number of mugs. One of the plates looks like it's a half-finished map, if you will.
Okay.
Another looks like it's a mug that has multiple different forms, one going from a newly crafted mug of oak all the way through various stages of aging, all the way to a decaying, very old, very well used, very heavily stained mug. And he's taking his time drawing and almost like he's making blueprints or notes for these particular items.
Interesting.
Are Ender and Iepetus like next to each other, seating wise, or are they kind of spread out in the class?
You're free to choose, considering the fact the teacher's not here.
Iepetus will probably like walk over just to see what Ender's up to, and also because it's the familiar face, and she doesn't necessarily know other people in the class. Just to see what he's doing, and if she sees the picture, she's gonna be like, "Hey, Ender, what's up? What you up to?"
Just working on a couple projects here and there. Like, take a look at this one, and he points down to the mug. So, I'm hoping to make this mug right here. What it's supposed to do is, over the course of a meal, it's supposed to represent like the nature of the environment. Like at the very beginning, it would start off as like really rough looking, not very well made, to represent like very, very early spring. And over the course of, say, an hour or 2 hours, the mug would go through a number of transformations to represent summer. It would become more polished. Fall, it would become, more stained, more well used, more seasoned. And then at the very end, to represent winter, it becomes a lot more decayed, almost like representing a normal mug's use throughout its entire lifespan, from the time that it was first created all the way down to the time that it's old and shoddy and needs to be thrown away and replaced. And Adair looks up with his eyes big and round and focused, let's just say, and a big smile on his face.
Oh wow, that reminds me of. I think I've possibly seen one at home. Those big pans that like Lucy's mom will use over and over again when cooking, and she like swears by it. And if any of us try to wash it by some other method other than hand wash, we get in trouble.
You're talking about a cast iron skillet, and yes, if you wash any kind of cast iron skillet other than hand, somebody's going to cast iron on you, because that's how you get rid of all the flavor that's been saved on that cast iron.
Yeah, there's been many a time someone has almost gotten their goose cooked, so to speak, from doing that. Holy crap. Wow, well, I can't wait to see how it goes. That actually looks really neat.
And there are very loose drawings of each one. It looks like there's, strangely enough, 5 different plates and 5 different mugs that have been sketched out in various forms. It looks like the treasure map plate and the transitioning mug are the ones that have had the most work put into them so far.
Wow, you've been busy. Ender, what, if you don't mind me asking, what's this for?
I've got a few plans. How there's a festival showing up in a while?
Yeah, so I've heard. I mean, I'm still playing a lot of catch up and figuring things out with the school, especially after the thing with the basilisk.
Basilisk?
Oh, wait. You didn't hear about the basilisk?
No, I heard about the explosion that happened in campus.
Wait, I'm sorry. There was an explosion on campus? What was this?
It was about 2 days ago. Apparently the 7th floor went kaboom. Big building. And he points in the direction of where it was.
That's kind of a quinky dink, because the basilisk thing was 2 days for me. I've heard of people getting stoned, but I didn't expect it to go like this. But you tell me about the festival first.
He chuckles about it. Apparently it's this multicultural festival that's going to be happening before long, and from what I understand, leans forward a little bit, the founders are supposed to be there.
Oh no, really? Ooh, if Lucy
not.
hears about this, he's going to flip.
Might be an interesting thing to say, dangle over the top of his head and never really tell him what it is, right? He gives a sly little grin.
She'll chuckle at that. Oh yeah, if it'll at least stop him from trying to attack every owl that we see, I can use this as bait.
So he's got something against owls, huh?
So the night that you remember when we had to, go meet with
Yeah. Tall, dark, and terrifying.
Yeah, well, the night before that, our rooms are like right next door to each other. They're conjoined. So when I walked over to like check on him before I went to go like rest, an owl flew into his room and had a message, and it was kind of similar to what we had day one, kind of, where Rosie got that letter, but it was just like a spam message. And the first thing he fucking did was mind sliver it, and I was like, dude, what are you doing?
Okay, here's what you do. He takes a piece of paper, he crumples it up, and Frost, I'm going to use my Artificer Tinkering ability to enchant this bit of rubbish paper.
Alrighty.
Every night at midnight, this piece of paper is going to hoot like an owl. Now, here's what you do. Take this and hide this somewhere in his room. Make sure that he doesn't see you, but hide it.
I've just looked at the paper ball, smiles, and will like tuck it into a pocket of her lapel. So, put this in his room somewhere?
Right. So what it's going to do is when he's in trance, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, he's just going to start hearing owls hooting in his room somewhere.
Oh, this is brilliant. And dear, you are a treat. And she will add crumpled paper ball howler to her inventory.
By all means. A buff
Oh my
game. You
God.
fuckers, I had to mute myself from fucking laughing so goddamn hard.
At least he didn't fall this time.
No, I'm keeping myself firmly planted in this chair. Not getting out of me chair.
And with that, she's like, all right, so I guess I should spill the beans. So,
Girl,
days
spill
of-
that tea.
Oh man, dude, after what happened, I needed that tea. So, a couple days ago, I ran over to the Fire Jolt Cafe because, I'm trying to, the spells aren't cheap. So, I picked up a gig there, and I'm on my way back, heading towards the Biblioplex because I wanted to get some studying in, and, like, out of nowhere, I just see, like, this kid get yeeted into a classroom, and I'm like, what the heck's going on? So I walk over to go check it out, and there's this big snake serpent looking basilisk just suffocating this kid. And I'm like, dude, are you alright? Kid's gray as hell. His appearance is changing. I have no idea if he's alright. He can't answer. And so I'm just like, okay, well, I don't want this kid to die. And I get the basilisk's attention, and it proceeds to run down the hall chasing after me. Luckily, I ran into Goldbloom, and I think she was a student, a professor. I'm not even sure, things happen so quick, but ran into a girl named Red, sweet gal, and we had to fight off a basilisk in a room by ourselves. Like, fuck, I have no idea what I would have done if those two hadn't been there. Like, that was rough. I don't even know if that kid's alright.
And I'm sure they're fine. I mean, either they're okay, they've got taken care of, or I'm sure they're in a garden somewhere as a very lovely centerpiece.
It's their fucking fault for bringing in a basilisk as a pet. As a matter of fact, what is up with this school? We've only been here for like a few weeks, and we've already had to fight off two things. And now I'm encountering a student that thought it was a brilliant idea to bring in a pet basilisk.
I mean, we've seen what happens when people croak under pressure. We've seen what happens when people put too much junk in the trunk. If anything, this is helping us prepare for the worst, to be able to face off against the dark, you've got to be able to know what the dark can do.
That's fair.
Now,
Oh,
upon
man.
that, the door opens up, and you see an 8-foot, 2-inch tall Goliath woman wearing what appears to be a pair of overalls over a nice rainbow-colored t-shirt. Wearing kind of some artisan-style shoes. Not pointed, almost kind of like loafers in a sense, but they kind of have like these sneaker-style bottoms. They have glasses on. Nice, round, like edgeless glasses. Part of their hair, similar to yours, Iapetus, is kind of shaven down and almost kind of put into some nice clean cuts. While the other side is very curly. And as they walk in, and you can see tattoos on their arm. And these tattoos, very beautifully done. Especially on the right arm. It's kind of a equal bit of combination of artistic depictions of kind of like these classical, you would almost say like Greek style artisan work. While on the left arm, you see a tattoo that... Does anyone here speak Giant?
Let me check. I might. I can't
Speak
remember.
or understand Giant.
I speak a lot of things, but not that, although I do have comprehend languages.
Nope, that is Denier that speaks Giant, and Dare knows Draconic and Elven.
Got it. So none of you would actually know what is put on this arm.
Dang.
So, interestingly enough, your teacher manages to stand at attention in front of the class, kind of takes in a deep breath and goes, Good day, class.
Good morning, I think.
Oh, morning, afternoon, evening, it doesn't matter. I am happy to see you all. I am Professor Vivian Eileen. And as she takes a deep bow, she goes, and I will be your teacher of the history of magic and art.
Was that Vivian Eileen or Eilay?
Eileen, and I will put the name up for you. Just so that way you don't have to
Gotcha.
deal with all the craziness. And there you go.
Ah.
I am pleased to meet you all. I will be doing a quick rundown of attendance. But before I go into learning everybody's name, we are missing a student. Well, I shouldn't say missing, but we found a student. Now, class, I want you, as I know most of you are first-year students, I want you to give a warm welcome to our newest addition to our lovely family. So, give me just 1 second and let me go grab them out from the hall. And as Professor Eileen walks out the door, about a minute or two that passes. But they return, and with them, another individual. And it is right here. I would like to introduce everyone to a beautiful, beautiful face that will be joining us for our campaign. Why don't you say hi?
I would if my computer wanted to function properly. Hello, everybody. How goes?
Hello.
Hey, welcome.
Hey.
Everybody, above game,
Hello.
I would like to welcome Spoiled Chestnut to the campaign.
Hello is me. I am the chestnut.
Yes, you
And
do.
in fact,
And I have a surprise for you.
oh boy, do you ever. In fact, allow me to do something here.
We get a game that we're actually on the same team for a change, maybe,
Yeah.
possibly.
Oops,
You
that's
say that, but you're already
my
betraying-
alarm. Apologies.
Well, before that, allow me to do something here, just so that way we've got... make sure an upload is correctly put in here.
Also, it'd help if I didn't mute myself in the call when I try to talk.
Yes, that would. Yes, yes.
That's a bit of a bad habit right there.
Oh, it's a streamer habit.
Yeah, it's almost like I'm professional.
Bun, excuse
Oh,
me,
flustered
where
bun, no
is my
worries. I got you
ability?
covered, friend.
But, allow me to bring up our lovely new addition in terms of look. Now, do give me 1 second as I fuck this up, because hot fucking damn! I tend to fuck things up gigantically and dramatically because, dear God, let me make sure I have the right...
Did
No,
not upload the
bad.
image.
Stop.
I mean, I have it uploaded, I just need to make sure I have the right thingamabobber.
Oh, the thingamabobber. Okay.
Pay no attention to the disorganized DM that's hiding.
Oh shit! Hi, Connor. Hello.
Oh! Hey guys! We're
Oh.
just now welcoming a new person to our stream, and now, hey, we got a big old raid.
Oh my Lantis.
Sorry, y'all.
topical raid
Wrong.
message.
Wrong multiverse. I'm in Dare. You want the near like three multiverses over, currently stuck in a tree after fighting a god.
Man, I can't believe.
So,
This was
I-
working at the school bake sale.
Yes.
Yeah, this one's got the happy ending. Maybe. We're still debating on that one.
He's
Oh, I
yet to
hope
piss
so.
off. I was about to say,
So,
he's yet to piss off this dragon.
I haven't pissed off a dragon yet. I didn't touch the stone. I went to magic college.
But did you seduce
He hasn't
the
been
dragon?
shamed yet.
I've been
Uh,
told you have a harem.
I haven't seduced a dragon yet.
you seduced a heavy bag, man.
There's still time. Yes, indeed. There's still time for a happy ending, indeed. There.
Especially if he finds Baggy.
Oh God.
Ba-
It's really good to
so
see
much.
you, Connor.
Woo.
So, Krista,
Yes.
you mind if I show off the lovely artwork?
Oh, by all means.
Let's start showing.
Oh yes.
Ooh.
Hope y'all enjoy that.
I think if you... Yeah, you go.
Well, we just increased the amount of sexy fire ganassi in the school.
One might say I'm hot.
Damn it.
Well, in fuego.
You know what? Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna give you inspiration for that, but I'm also going to say you're gonna roll your first roll with disadvantage.
Fuck off.
Somebody spicy.
Yeah, it's Krista.
Yeah. Camel. It's his eye.
But Krista,
Yes.
please introduce your character to the
So-
class.
So I'm being led in or just escorted in? How is the teacher?
You are being escorted in by your Goliath teacher, who is just giving off a beamful smile. And
So
also,
that's-
you can tell that they've definitely been energized because you could smell the mocha.
I see. Yes, as the giant walks, the Goliath walks back in, the 8-foot tall giant, the person beside them is nowhere near as tall. Not even remotely. They are about 5'5", decked out in half-plate armor, carrying a myriad of weapons, would probably have more if they could find some sort of holster to their armor. A great big smile on their face, and the most obvious scar running down their, like from their cheek down to their chin across their lip. They don't seem to really mind, and there is the biggest grin on their face. Some people may recognize the face of the Fire Ganassi before them if they had seen posters, mayhaps, possibly.
And in fact, we're actually gonna hear a couple students go, "Oh, wait a minute, hold on, is that... yeah, that is... holy shit, dude!" But continue, please.
Yes. So Velky will give a big grin and just like raise a hand and hello to everybody. Hey, got lost around the college. Yeah. There's some kind of assigned seating, or do I just plop myself down anywhere?
Oh, feel free to plop yourself down anywhere, dear. Assigned seating. Oh, goodness. Who does assigned seating? Seriously, what is this? The 300s?
Right. And she will enter into the room and head over to the nearest empty spot, somewhere between Iapetus and Dare, like a seat or two over. She will plop down, and you can hear just the heavy ka-chunk as I tried to move something. It didn't really work. I'm not a Foley artist. I tried. I tried. You just hear the thunk of the weapons and the armor and everything, and the boots go up on top of the desk, and she leans back, and you can hear the creak of the seat, and she gets nice and cozy where she's sitting, and just seems to be waiting to be entertained. There is no backpack, there is no notebook, there is no nothing, just weapon.
To add an additional note, once they get within 10 feet of Indare, they begin smelling this fresh, chocolatey kind of coffee smell, along with a smell of a fresh, like a breakfast sandwich.
Oh, that sounds good. You see them go, and just the slow head turn towards the Catman, and the smile grows again. Velky will reach over and, like, with one hand, like, give you a playful little, like, swat on the shoulder to get your attention.
Slowly glances back.
Well,
Oh,
don't
hey
you
there.
don't you just smell magically delicious?
Best way to
Hi.
advertise the skills.
Oh, I thought it was just perfume or something like that. Hi.
No, what you're smelling is literally what I made this morning.
Oh.
I magically enhanced my clothes to smell like what I last cooked. It's a good icebreaker. He grins.
I hope you share, Catman.
Most definitely. 6th floor in the first year dorms. Come up and see me sometime. He gives a smile. He gives that big kitty grin. I'm in Dare.
Hi.
Offers a hand.
She will clap your hand and shake it, and gives a fancy handshake, bumps fists with you, and then sits back down and folds her arms. Not in like closed body language, just she's chilling. Too cool for school chilling. Velky Karst, nice to meet you.
Indeed.
A little forward inviting me up to your room already, but you know, to each their own.
He gives a bit of a grin. Well, I cook for anybody that shows up.
I see. Yeah, okay. Cool.
Impetus will pipe up, hey, and yeah, if you go up there, check out his food. Definitely. He's cooking up a bunch of stuff each night.
Should I be worried there's anything other than food?
I mean, and she'll just smirk and like look at him and look
Sly
at her
grin.
and then just like
Maybe.
shrug.
Ah, yeah, I see. Yeah, no, I've handled guys like you, pretty boy. Not getting me up there quite that easy. Maybe you'll just have to bring it to me. And she gives a wink.
I like a challenge. This is gonna be so much fun.
It really will.
Ah, yes, a glorious chaos.
You have no idea how hard I'm biting down on my freaking lips, just trying to suppress laughter right now.
Somewhere
This is
in
fun.
another plane, Baggy is fuming.
I mean, I'm just sitting here like
The bag is lifting up a sniper crossbow.
No, I'm just
A
sitting.
sniper, why?
I mean, let's be honest here. The fact we haven't actually come across a magical armory is just saying something to Frost Restraint.
Y'all needed a tank. Hi.
Honk. So, class, this is Miss Velky Karst. Miss Velky Karst, welcome to Strixhaven. I'm pleased to meet you, and I am pleased to hope that everybody gets to know you better. So, without further ado, I believe it's time to begin our lesson. Shall we? Goodness. So, today we will be starting off with lesson 1. And you see your professor immediately pull out kind of this metal rod, and it begins to expand. And you watch them set up almost kind of like... Basically, it's like setting up a projector screen almost. And as they get done setting it up, they go, so, class, we will be discussing the history of both the world and of art. So, tell me, students, what is art?
Impetus will raise her hand, or like raise a pen.
Yes, yes, dear?
Well, I guess one could say it's an expression of self. There are different forms of art. People who paint, draw, sing. In some cases, she looks over at Endir, their culinary arts. So, yeah, I'd say it's an expression of oneself in some way, shape, or form.
Ah, you are correct. Correct. You would happen to be, and she takes a look through her list. Let's see. I believe you are Miss Iapetus?
Yes, that's me in the flesh.
Oh, pleased to meet you, dear. Love the hairstyle.
Likewise, game respects game.
Oh, you. Well, I have you, Miss Iapetus. I have Velky. I have... Who else do I have? Grayson Wildem here? Winst... Aurora? Rosie? Here. And you all turn over and you happen to see one of your familiar friends. Rosie is in this class.
Girl.
And she immediately just does this very, like, small little wave over to you, Ivantis, and just just goes, hi.
Iapetus will nod and acknowledge.
Let's see. Sekmin and Sedna? Alright, check. And I would assume, and she points up to you, Ender. You are Mr. Ender?
That would be correct, ma'am. Wouldn't miss this for the world.
Ah, excellent. Good to see a very bright face. Alrighty, class. So, with our class, we are going to learn. And not just learn about anything, we are learning the history of magic and art. So, for those of you familiar with it, we're going to begin at, well, the beginning. So, what can any of you tell me about the history of magic within our realm? For those of you that wish, you can roll either a history, an arcana, or a religion.
That's a
I'ma go
25.
with that Arcana.
Hot fucking damn.
I have a 22.
22, 25?
My computer's being a little bit screwy.
The computer is being sussy.
Little bit. It may accidentally send it twice. If it does,
you're
I
fine.
apologize.
You're fine. In the meantime, I'm gonna do some fun little rolls for the other students. Gonna just give it a little roll, you know? Uh-huh. Ooh. Wow. Hey! And last one. Ooh. That's, yeah. Oh, that's not a good one. So, you see a few students kind of just looking over and kind of thinking, and... Ooh, we have a 16.
Yes.
So, for those that rolled within Arcana, I will say this. Velky, to answer your teacher's question, especially with the history of magic, it tends to be iffy here and there. You've heard some things with it. In terms of the Arcane, there's usually the Great Order of Wizards that once came forward from basically... how do I put it? From the first flowering back from 24,000 DR to 12,000 DR. For you, Iapetus, the history of magic goes quite a bit further back. In fact, there's been historic ideas of, say, the Dawn Age, from 30,000 DR to 24,000 DR. And for you, Ender, because of your role, with the Arcane, you would know this because your village actually happened to have some pretty interesting recordings passed on to them. And in fact, with the history of magic, it ties in closely to almost the tale of old, about the creation of Toril, the ascension and abolition of gods from planes of existence. And in fact, it all technically begins almost with the idea of, well, of one of the old pantheons, of one of the old creator gods known as Ao. And the idea of the birth of Maestral.
That was the first god of magic before Mistra took over, correct?
Yes.
Indare
So-
would basically raise his hand and relay the information that he had managed to piece together.
Alrighty, that would be correct, Mr. Ender. That does follow. Now, granted, this is debated. There are plenty of other accounts. Some believe it to be some within the splitting of both Bahamut and Tiamat. There's also the idea of the first of the Arcane scholars, known simply as the Elden Ones. There's even ideas of, well, some magics even belonging back even before then, by the time of what was some considered to be the first Ithanarian Empire, which of course, very few relics still exist, and even then they are subject to debate. But other than that, it does happen to be one of the big ones. So class, we will be going over, well, the histories of magic and so on. So, today, let's start off with the Days of Thunder. Now, for those of you that don't know, and as she turns around and begins to kind of write on this board, she's using what appears to be not a quill, but kind of like this mechanical device that's protruding almost like a colored ink that glows. Now, the Days of Thunder began when the majority of the glaciers left by the cooling of Aber Toriel's ocean during the Shadow Epoch finally revealed a supercontinent that would eventually be called Meroboros. And she looks back. Now, life bloomed on this landmass in the form of the crater races and the ancient ape-like ancestors of what some would call humanity. Of course, there's also those of the Elvens, including the highest elves, or basically just the original elven species. Out of this time, different magical empires came to rise up, such as the empires of the Saruk, a Sauroid creator race, which rose around negative 35,000 DR. They were known as the realm of Okoth, which came to dominate much of the land that would be our world over the next century. Am I going too fast for anybody? And she looks up.
Professor, just to make sure I'm understanding right, the origins kind of started on a planet or not a planet, a continent that you said was more Boros?
Yes, Marera Boros. In fact, it was originally the supercontinent we all of us once descended from. It was during the Days of Thunder. In fact, here, allow me to kind of draw up a picture of it, and she creates a minor illusion image of this continent, which includes almost... Think of Italy except reversed, where it's actually sticking out to the side, with kind of the Greek islands, and a little bit of a coast down. In fact, here. I'll even type up the name for you in chat.
Thank you.
Of course, no problem. There you go, and allow me to put up... Yeah, in fact, allow me to do you a favor. And she immediately takes a look and goes, let's see. With the geography, the history... There we go. Now, this land happens to be an ancient contesting point and was one of the first epoch centers, for which we happened to run across a natural-born race of entities that could tap into the weave. Though their tapping into it is... how should I say... volatile. So, these entities, which would be known as the Fae. Can anyone tell me what the Fae are? Anyone at all?
Velky will raise her hand.
Ah, Velky. Please, go ahead. Tell us what the Fae are.
Should I roll anything for it, or...?
You may roll, in fact, you may roll either a Arcana or a History.
Alrighty. What's my history? They are the same. 15.
Ah, not bad, not bad. Not bad at all.
The Fae are the people who live in the Feywilds. All kinds of things. Really good at wheeling and dealing and parties. Some pretty awesome parties, actually.
Yeah, they are. Oh goodness, remember to always check what you say whenever it comes to the Fae. They tend to take you at your word quite literally, and they'll always find some ways, but most of them aren't as bad. Granted, there are some bad apples.
You're gonna want to really not try and make contracts with them. Anything that you say can and will be used against you, etc., etc. Yeah, all that.
No problem, no problem. Now, there is a few things also to announce within this. One of the biggest things that rose out of this time period, especially when it came to the existence of magic, was the fact that there was the Karator, the Mastika, and the Zakara as part of the Meroboros. While the Seruk were the first to establish an ancient empire, and of course followed by the Fae, there came the Batraki empires, coming to prominence some 500 years later and peaking around 31,500 DR. And lastly, the Aeri empires emerged. So, with that being said, and as she's jotting this all down, there comes an important bit of information, especially when it comes to the history of magic. Now, magic as we understand happens to be this confusing concept. There is the idea of the weave, which many of the wizardly beings believe in. There are those that believe that magic comes not just from the weave, but also from other innate sources, like the elemental planes. Of course, there's that of the more religious side, which believes that magic comes from the high heavens, and of course, the infernal realms. As she writes this down, you see her create kind of this picture of two mountains, one up top and one down below, with the one up top having a nice sun and clouds, and the one facing upside down having fires heading up, facing at the peak. Now, of course, that leads to numerous tales, and oh goodness, we could be here for a long while, but I believe it is better that we just go to what is known as one of the first ideas of magic. And that is, of course, and she immediately draws up a picture, the first order that happened to exist during this. The first recorded order, known simply as the Arcanus Alestra, or better known as the Arcane Cult. This, of course, was the first recorded grouping of mages to exist within our entire world. They are the scholars whom we emulate. And not only were they scholars of magic, they were also scholars of art. From culinary to, of course, contemporary, drawing, sculpting, and, of course, music. And in fact, allow me to show you what I mean. and you watch as your teacher immediately pulls out a harp from her bag. Now, I'm going to show you all something very interesting. Tell me, how many of you are familiar with the Bardic colleges? A few students raise their hands and a few kind of don't.
Velky will raise her hand.
Ah, good, good. So, for those of you that are prepared, allow me to show you something beautiful. And you watch as Professor Elaine strums her harp. And suddenly, your desks all begin to shake, rock, and then stand up on two legs.
Wow. Huh.
Indare picks up his things in case the desk runs away.
You hear a ha! And Velky falls on the floor because her feet were up on the desk, and there's a very loud clattering of weapons and armor just hitting the ground, and Velky just fuck.
Sorry, Miss Velky.
Yeah. And she will get up and dust herself off and look at the teacher and then get an idea. And from behind her back, she will pull out one of the weapons that she has. And since it had been behind her back, you wouldn't have seen it. It is a great axe that looks a lot like a bass guitar. It's got strings and everything, and it looks like it's styled like flames. Do you mind if I give it a go? Maybe something a little great. And she will put a foot on the chair that she'd been resting in before, and all of a sudden strum the bass guitar, and it just lets out the like deep rumbling tone, and then she will proceed to start playing, and she will then look to Iapetus and cast Enhance Ability. Let's see. Yeah, let's do it at second level. Let's see. So let's see. I will cast. Oh God, what is it? Fucking. I'll give Cat's Grace. And as I'm playing the bass guitar, I'll say, "Come on, honey, do a flip."
Alrighty. Alright, if you don't mind, Miss Velky Karst, would you do me a favor?
And she's still playing. Yeah, what's up? And she's like shouting over the sound of the guitar where she's playing one of her songs.
You watch your teacher just beaming and go, "Oh, it's good to see another artist. So proud. Take it away." Also, and she immediately looks to you, Iapetus. You have been given a fun challenge. And if you don't mind me asking, Krista.
Yes.
Please do me a favor.
Yes.
Please roll me a performance.
Oh, by all means. Let me see here. I still need to set this up for, let's see. Where's the advantage toggle? Is it this? There it is. Do I get advantage for, reasons? Or no?
Let me do something here.
I'm guessing probably not.
Let me flip a coin.
Okay.
Call it.
Heads.
you get advantage.
Hey,
Nice.
I have a captive audience, man. Fuck! I got 15.
Ooh, a good performance. You're definitely in the rhythm of it, though you're not putting your full heart into it. It's
No.
it's you're in class. You're not up on a stage or anything.
I'm trying to show up the teacher. That's about it.
Mm.
So Aepatus then, since she's been given a challenge, for flavor, if you let me do this, J Frost, I want to use kinetic jaunt, but not to like dash around, but because of the whole it gives you dance-like steps to kind of like augment
Okay.
what was given to me. And she'll take out her ocarina and say, well, alright, then don't mind if I do. And she'll play a small ditty, and then I guess what do I roll to try to do a flip and land
Athletics or
properly?
acrobatics? Your choice.
This is gonna go great.
You have advantage because of Cat's Grace.
Yes, you do. You have
Okay. You said acrobatics or what was the other one?
Acrobatics or athletics.
actually hold on. No, wait. Target has advantage on dexterity checks.
So basically, you
Gotcha.
can either roll athletics straight or acrobatics with advantage.
Yes.
I-
So I would
Right.
say go for the one you've got advantage in.
Yeah. All right. So I have advantage on. Cool. It's a 13. I
Oh,
think we're-
no!
You get a 15.
Oh, okay. It's the one on the right. 15.
Oh,
Yay.
okay.
Jesus, another fucking 15. What is up with 15s today?
Roll 20 is being possibly
Sus.
fucking lucky.
Man, I got a question I'm gonna have to ask the developers of this. And you said you're joining in on the tune?
Yeah. So you'll I guess
Would
you'll
you-
hear her play something that kind of complements it, and I could try to whistle it, but I don't know if the mic will pick it up.
You are free to roll also a performance check.
Ooh.
I will say with advantage because you do have others jumping in with you.
16.
You
So I guess
complement the music perfectly.
I guess you'll just hear.
What
Mhm.
will we hear?
Oh, I'll
It
probably
doesn't
have to
pick
hum
up.
it because it didn't pick up. So you'll
Oh,
just
by
hear.
all means.
Since the whistle won't capture.
It's fine. But no, you all begin to lay into a performance that the entire classroom seems captivated by. Everyone, Rosie's just beaming and just doing tiny little golf claps. They're silent, just going. And of course, everyone's just enjoying all of this, having quite the fun. And while this is going on, we'll say some time passes. About 20 minutes, because your teacher just keeps on going into that grove. And as the performance ends, well, she goes, magnificent, magnificent. Oh, goodness, it's good to see others of great and wonderful artistic talents. Also, somebody smells good in here.
And there just lifts a finger, probably me.
Ah, I see. And your teacher looks up and gives you a grin in there and goes, make sure you bring in some for the rest of the class. Otherwise, I'm going to have to get some scent suppression. But anyways, well, class, I do believe that it has been, and as she says this, the bell goes off and goes, oh, yep, definitely. All right, class, seeing as how we didn't really cover a whole lot today, we we'll actually be starting off with chapters 1 and 2 for tomorrow. So, we will be covering the Days of Thunder. And from there, we will also be covering the time of the Batraki, as well as the time of the Arari, and of course, the first court of the Arcane.
Iapetus is gonna raise her hand really quick, just to get Professor's attention. Professor, quick question.
Yes?
I know in our general studies class they mentioned something about there being some artifacts in our museum on campus. Do we have any of the artifacts, or I guess plaques or monoliths in the museum regarding the Days of Thunder, if we just wanted to peruse?
Oh, yes, perfect. Good idea. In fact, here. And you watch as your teacher immediately decides to write down on a piece of paper, and as they tear the paper off, you watch them wave their hand, and suddenly, with a flick of their wrist, that singular slip sheet of paper becomes multiple slip sheets. Here, one for everybody. Do present this to the museum curator or anyone that works at the museum. Basically, it will allow you a privatized viewing within the Days of Thunder's exhibit, which of course should be coming up. So, class, something to note before I forget. There is an upcoming festival next week that will be going on. The festival itself is a 2-day event. Now, the founders of the school will be here, and they will be partaking within the festival, primarily as observers and everything else, but you are free to also be part of the festival if you wish. Now, mind you, the festival will begin, and it will basically be a combination of culinary, artistry, and, of course, all other forms of art. In fact, Miss Velky here, and she raises a finger up to you, Velky, I believe you're actually going to be part of this. In fact, I believe this is your second time part of this.
Yeah, just kind of, may have won the last one.
Yes, and you weren't even a student.
No, that's how I kind of ended up here, isn't it?
Well, I've heard many a tale, but I'm looking forward to it, considering, well, your artistic talents. So, with that being said and done, students, begin preparations, study up, because we will be continuing our talks within the Days of Thunder. And of course, feel free to check out the museum if need be.
Thank you, Professor.
Yep. Snags one of the bits of paper for the museum and puts it away on their person for. Are there people who noticed who Velky was when hanging around?
Let me roll.
And Dare probably took notice, given that the person when he registered for the festival spoke specifically of your group and showed the poster.
The Hellscreamers.
And talked about the artillery level fireworks you had.
Smile.
I'm gonna say this right now,
Who'd have
and
thought the
I
fire
want everyone
Nazi?
to understand this.
Mm-hmm.
The highest roll out of the 5 rolls I've put right here
Mm-hmm.
was a 17.
Mm-hmm.
The next 3 rolls were natural 1s.
Oh!
Grief. And wait, what was this roll for?
Recognition.
Recognition.
Good grief.
Don't worry. That just means that Belky's an indie artist.
Bro, you said that they saw me. They knew who I was when I walked in.
A few students knew exactly who you were walked in. A few didn't. I just wanted to see which of the ones are going to know you completely.
Ow.
Don't worry.
Ow.
Pride.
That hurts so much.
Listen,
She's
you weren't
been
main
relegated
staging
to
at
the
the last
keyboard
festival,
player.
that's all.
I won the last festival.
They did.
Yeah.
I
But
was
remember,
the-
these are year 1 students.
Yeah.
It's mostly
Fucking-
because they accidentally left the old banner for the old band up, so you got confused.
And with that, the students begin to shuffle out. Velky,
Hmm.
what are you doing?
I was looking to see if I had groupies who might possibly be willing to do homework for me.
Are you fucking serious?
Yup.
Well, with a natural 20 on recognition, Rosie, this allow me to put this. Allow me to put this into context here. Allow me to put this into context. Let me. Oh boy, Rosie, I love you. You are becoming.
Oh no.
You watch this little gnome immediately catapult onto your leg,
Oh,
grappling it. It goes, "I'm your biggest fan! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!"
Oh, well, ain't you just darling there? Hey. How tall is this gnome?
Short.
Ah. Hey, what's your name?
Rose. Hi. Hi. Big fan. Hi.
Hey.
Rosa, maybe fit. Look, my name's Rosie was Fedlims.
Rosie, yeah, that's cute. Hey. You can call me Belle.
You watch as immediately their eyes just like grow 3 sizes, and they just like. Oh. Actually, I want to see. I'm gonna make a check here. Rosie, I'm pulling up your sheet. Rosie, I'm pulling up your sheet.
Oh no.
Let's see.
Oh no.
What is your... I'm gonna make you...
I've corrupted the innocent being.
No, hold on, I need to
Poor
do a
summer
toggle.
child.
I'm gonna roll
no,
with disadvantage.
Y'all's gotta realize, the last time we saw Rosie, she was getting vored, and now this.
What?
Pretty much.
Oh
yeah.
boy.
Wait,
We don't like to
hold.
talk about that part.
Yeah.
Things got
Nani?
froggy.
Excellent. Excellent. So with a 7, Rosie immediately faints.
Oh. Yeah, I'm a catcher.
Oh my
Uh,
goodness.
She got ate by a giant frog.
And you're doing the anime catch.
And as they immediately wake up, they go, what happened?
Yeah, I'm gonna pick Rosie up because she fainted. Cause, yeah, and I see her wake up so that she's not out cold. Like, I see. Yes, I will make this significantly worse. Going to flex one beefy muscle and set her like on my arm.
Roll me a persuasion. Actually, would it be persuasion? Yeah, fuck it. It's persuasion. Roll me a persuasion with advantage.
Okay.
Artists have
26.
Excellent. Hold on, I need to do a counter here. I need to do a charisma saving throw here with disadvantage.
Oh.
Yeah, that checks out. So, Rosie's turn beat red, and when you flex, you basically the steam coming off from her face quite literally launches her into the air.
What?
At least a few feet, and then she
Oh,
comes
shit.
back down and goes. In fact, hold on, I need to make another roll here.
Oh no.
I mean, you can't fuck up that. Yeah, you can fuck up that badge. Rosie faints again, and this time plops onto the ground face first.
No! Trying to catch her so she doesn't die. I'm
Roll me
taking
an
her to...
athletics or acrobatics to cast. Plane.
Is this it's normal? Yes. Okay. 11?
You manage to catch them, but they do kind of eat dirt. Well, they eat they eat floorboard a little bit.
Yeah, I'm
Like,
just...
because you caught them by the leg.
Yeah, I'm just... Hey, Red, Catmandu. Hey, can you guys maybe, possibly show me where's the infirmary? is just like holding this tiny gnome like a child so that she doesn't drop Rosie.
I put this out loud as just like, oh my goodness, Rosie. First the frog, now this.
And Dare's going to try to use his artificer tinkery to make the end of his staff smell like smelling salts, and he's going to stick it underneath Rosie's nose.
Rosie begins to stir and goes, what happened?
I'm not dropping her. I've got her securely.
What happened? Where am I? What
Sweetheart,
happened?
you tell me. You passed out.
Good things come in threes, Rosie, but I don't think you should fall like that again.
Yeah.
I think I'm just gonna go lay down in my dorm.
Yeah, you sure you don't want to go to, the infirmary?
I'll be fine.
You're kind of losing blood from your nose. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'll be fine. And you watch as they just kind of unlatch themselves off of you and just go, "It was nice meeting you."
I will set her down gently. Okay, yeah, alright, okay, sure.
And you all hear a knock on the door.
Oh god, what now?
On to the side. Velky! You recognize this individual instantaneously.
Yeah?
For the rest of you, you see a very human-looking tiefling with nubby vestigial wings and tiny horns under their hat. This individual happens to have a very goth aesthetic. There's no tails, what appears to be normal legs, nice wide brim gothic hat. And they immediately go, "Hey, Velky, come on, we're gonna be late for our class."
I was just in I have to get from one place to the other, Antimony.
Come on, let's go.
Yeah, alright, fine. Sure.
Besides, we got practice afterwards.
I
Come
know.
on.
God, you're worse than my dad.
Don't go talking bad about your dad. At least not now. Besides, we'll talk bad about him at lunch.
Yeah, alright, fine. Though you shouldn't be talking bad about him. He'll hear it,
Yeah, but... kind of shrugs. Anyways,
Yeah.
you watch as you walk up to your friend. You see she immediately hands you a cup. I also picked you up this from the Fire Gel Cafe. Thought you might like it. It's a new brew.
Oh. Yeah, okay. And Velky will put an arm around Antimony and take a sip of the drink.
Antimony kind of just smiles and goes, "See? There's the good spirit."
Yeah, my dad's still an asshole. And Velky will look over at Denier and Iapetus and, "Hey, Red, sick moves. You wanna come with us?"
I just realized you're talking to her. Oh, thanks. Appreciate it. I mean, obviously you helped, but thank you. Actually, it would be cool to catch up with you guys. But let me check something really quick. Hey,
Yeah.
And dear, what happened with an explosion? Like, we didn't get to finish talking about it because the professor came in.
Explosion.
Yeah, that news to me too. Apparently, there was an explosion in one of the buildings.
Oh
Huh?
yeah, I heard about that. The tiefling, Antimony, kind of just looks and looks at you all and goes, "From what I heard, it was one of the faculty buildings, 7th floor. Went completely up in flames."
I mean, you figure something like that'd happen at a magic school sooner or later.
Yeah, nobody's really said anything too much yet, but whisper on the back room says that there's at least been 1 or 2 casualties.
Think they'd be more careful with the alchemy equipment.
I don't know. Not my problem, but then again, life's a bitch.
Yeah.
Pretty much everything there, from what I understand, at least one person managed to get out, injured, but managed to get out.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Thank goodness at least one person was I guess saved or managed to escape. You'd think with an explosion that large that there would have been more mention around it on campus.
Oh, probably investigations going on. You know how it goes when investigations happen. Things are super hush hush.
So you said that at least one person got out. How? Like, what did you mean by that?
Like, from what I'm hearing, one person that was in the explosion was retrieved and got out, injured but okay.
Basically, they survived.
Yeah.
Wait, so how many people were in the building then?
In their shrugs.
It's a
Huh.
faculty
I wasn't
building,
there.
so-
I literally just found out there was an explosion this morning.
Ooh, yeah. Teachers getting caught up in that, not good.
I was getting registered for the festival whenever I heard the rumors about it.
Yeah, that's
Ooh.
Hey, Antimony, do you think we should call maybe my dad? That's
I mean, not really. I don't see how this involves us, but...
I mean, an explosion where people died?
I mean, people die all the time, hun. It's kind of, circle of life.
At school? Not usually.
I don't know. Look, I could just go with the flow.
Yeah, I know.
Besides,
Your
kinda-
dad could do something regarding what
Oh,
happened with the explosion?
No, I'm just hoping he'll let me pull out of this place. It wasn't my idea to be here, trust me.
I mean, I'm here and I'm enjoying my time, but I kind of can understand having questions. We've encountered some weird shit in the past few weeks.
Oh yeah? And Velky will take her arm off of Antimony to look at Iapetus.
Well,
Like an actual fight?
I mean, apparently the same day that a bomb went off, I had to deal with a basilisk with another friend of mine and I still don't know if she was a professor or a student, but another passerby that helped out. We had to deal with a basilisk in the hallway because someone thought it'd be smart to bring one on campus as a pet.
I heard it took them a couple hours just to get this kid de-stoned.
Oh shit, he lived. Well.
Oh yeah. Oh, he's currently in serving mega detention. Are you kidding me?
Oh, is that what it was? Man, when you said there was someone who got stoned at school, I thought you meant something else.
Oh,
Yeah,
no.
so did I, but I learned the hard way that's not what they meant.
So, you mean to tell me there's like, and Velky will lean in a little closer, like monsters and shit?
Yes, I mean, I really don't know. Oh, by the way,
Looks-
and she kind of pulls out a hat and pulls out a top hat. I found this! Cool.
I mean, your hat's better.
Yeah, I know, but, maybe I could find some aesthetic to it. Maybe add like a skull up top, on the front. Who knows?
Yeah, maybe.
Looks at Velky, looks at Velky's friend, looks over at Endear. Yeah, there be monsters and other things afoot, apparently.
I mean, kind of to be expected. I mean, it's a magical school. I mean, hell, from what I've heard, that there was once a literal live, anatomy session of a chimera.
Yeah, right.
I mean, granted, I don't know. I'm just hearsay and all that.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I mean, the school is founded by, well, you know, some of the biggest powerful entities on the planet, so...
Well, yeah,
Which is why
but
the lack of security amazes me.
a little bit. But hey, Red, don't worry too much about that, yeah? Trust me, I got you covered. And Velky will pat the sword at their side. Trust me. If there's one thing I've been looking forward to, was getting out of here and maybe getting into a fight or two. You know, see the world a little bit.
Oh, I'm sure
If you're...
I feel like there'll be some fights here. Believe me, it's school. Come on. All you gotta do is just flip some kid's lunch off.
Yeah, but that'll come back and bite me in the ass. Something that's, you know, coming after me, though. Self-defense. I'm just saying, you know?
Fair
And
enough.
Velky grins. And if you look at her weapons, they're all pretty shiny, pretty new. Maybe a little wear and tear from, you know, training, but they've clearly never seen actual combat.
You'll see Iapetus waggle like her fingertips just a little bit and see like the faint outline of what you swear is a spear and be like, yeah, I know what you mean. Sometimes you have to hold your own for a little bit. And she'll smile and like relax her hand.
Oh, you summon weapons? You a warlock or something?
Not quite.
No? Huh. Yeah, well, teach their own. How about you, Catmandu?
And Dare shows a 5-foot-long wooden spoon.
Velky's great big smile immediately becomes confusion.
Spoon?
What are you going to do? Scoop its eyes out?
Sometimes you gotta ladle some people.
What?
I mean, hey, you smack somebody in the head hard enough, no matter what it is, they'll feel it.
It's a... Bro, it's a spoon.
And when that doesn't work, he reaches to his hip and he pulls out a retractable crossbow. And as soon as he pulls it out, the hinges of the arms pop out. This thing is customized and very modern looking. Almost like it's a step away from becoming a gun.
Now that is sick.
Yeah, he can hold his own in a fight for sure.
And he'll holster it back.
I mean, you can't count spell slingers out. I was just not sure if any of you guys counted for glass cannons or anything like that, you know what I mean?
I prefer the front lines.
Yeah?
Yeah, a little bit.
Huh. You been in a fight before?
Couple.
Really?
Yeah. You ever seen a box with teeth?
Like a mimic?
Yeah, that's it.
I've heard about them.
There was one on campus a couple weeks ago.
Who the fuck is letting these things just roam around on campus?
And now you see my question.
That's the weird thing. It was, I believe, with the live-action roleplay crew, the thing was just a normal chest, and then the next thing you know, it was a mimic.
Yeah, that's hella sus.
Bro, I don't even know what to think on that. And you watch as your compatriot pulls out a small, circular, well, cylindrical little white stick and puts it in her mouth, and immediately, with a flick of her finger, lights it and just takes a deep puff of it. Crazy.
I can only imagine what other kinds of chaos is going on around here.
Yeah. I guess. Hey,
who knows?
Is there some kind of like clock on campus or anything like that?
I mean, there's the school clock tower, but...
Oh, okay. No, I was out of character. I was asking.
Oh. Above game. Yeah, there's a clock in the classroom. There's this giant school clock tower.
Cool.
We know there's
So,
a diner somewhere with a clock, like a lot of clocks.
Good
Uh,
luck
For
there.
days.
I see. Yeah, in that case, Belky will look to Iapetus and Dare. Hey, y'all wanna, I don't know, maybe cut class and skip straight to coming to our band practice?
You offer a enticing proposal. How about this?
Yeah,
I definitely want to catch the band practice.
yeah.
How long do you guys go for? Cause I'm not gonna lie, it's been great to actually be in a class for a change and not, fighting a mimic or a giant fucking frog.
I don't know, man. I think I would probably take combat over sitting down in class. I don't really do so good with the whole, like, sitting still for hours.
Well, let's see. When do you guys usually have your practice? Cause I'd love to swing by one. It's just I have class and also work. Although I do work at the cafe, so if you guys ever want to like swing through and say hi.
Oh, yeah. But schedules... Belky will look over at Antimony. Yeah, no, she keeps the schedules. I just have to listen to my minder.
Yeah, remember, you are here on a full scholarship. Remember that.
Yeah, lucky me.
But anyways, we gotta get going right now. Otherwise,
Ugh.
we're gonna get bitched at.
Yeah, alright. Take care, Ed. See ya, kitten. And she'll
Nice meeting you, Belky.
she'll give the like horns symbol, like with one hand. See ya.
Until next time.
And away she goes.
Righty. And with that, we will be taking a bio break.
Oh, I see.
All
Don't
right.
worry, we'll be coming back to some fun.
Yeah?
Time to
Hang
break
out and
bios.
entertain the masses.
Yep, because J Frost definitely needs to use the bathroom. Holy shit.
How
Yeah,
you doing, chat?
I think
Yeah.
they're doing pretty good. We also kept a good amount of people from Connor's raid, which, hey, if you're enjoying the party, we play this game every other Saturday, and we also have another game on this channel that plays every Tuesday. And if you want to catch up on any of those VODs, we have a YouTube channel just for that.
Heck yeah.
Chill.
Please, of course. If there's one thing I know how to do, it's chill myself.
Something that translates well to Daedalus.
Listen, okay? He was raised by a family that was all entrepreneurs except for one guy, and then he married someone who became an entrepreneur after being a noble.
And oh shit, Vaughn, you're right. He is unsupervised. Look, I have no control over that.
Well, it just depends, because I think me and Salas have mostly the same classes, so he can be my wet blanket.
Oh,
See, I was
no.
gonna say, technically, you're with Salas and Goldbloom. You're technically not unsupervised.
Yeah.
Looks at Goldblum.
Look.
Yeah,
look,
good luck with that.
Look. You're not unsupervised. I didn't say you were well taken care of. I just said you're not unsupervised.
I
Listen,
see.
Salus's version of supervising Daedalus is quick while he's distracted, dives out a window.
Okay, Scott Pilgrim.
Gesundheit.
I mean, be careful. You do
And
that,
then
and
while-
you might mistake you as for an owl.
All I'm gonna say is this. Like, while Salas is picking himself out of the bush that he just dove into, Daedalus just walks down the side of the building with spider climb. You know, there's faster ways to get down here and safer, too.
Oh, good. You decided to leave whatever it was that you were getting in trouble with. My plan worked.
So why did you say Belky's gonna hate Salus?
I don't know. It just seems like a great
Why?
counter dynamic because he just wants to be left alone.
She might have a hard time reading him, at least like above game, I think. Just because he doesn't leave a lot out on his sleeve for you to notice.
Even if he did
On
possibly blow up
purpose.
an entire building.
Can we not?
Look.
Damn.
Absence
Can't
of
believe.
evidence is not the evidence of absence. He didn't do shit.
How dare you outswoon people in front of me? You are
I
my rival now.
mean, I was given, you know, the challenge of beat Bob at his own game. I went, bet.
Look, I have things to show you guys. Also, hello.
How wow.
Oh, wow.
We are joined
Oh,
by
wow.
another one of our fantastic artists, one Flustered Bun.
Hello. Look, I'm not saying that Velky is already my favorite character based on characteristic or design, but I'm also not saying that I've already drawn fan art.
Oh, I need to see this now.
Remember, we have an art tab in this Discord for this exact reason.
Yes.
I probably should have put the
Sometimes
art
it just
in
hit me. There, I did.
Oh,
Fun.
let's see.
Mentioned earlier, like in chat, she
Oh,
was like, I may or may
snap.
not be picking up my pen.
Give me 1 second here to pull this up.
Because of this interaction.
Look at my babe.
And now I'll switch
Look,
back over.
the moment Velky spoke, I was like, oh no, and Dare's in that class.
Well,
This is gonna be the most art I draw.
Oh
As-
God. Shippers no shipping. Shippers no shipping.
I mean, I heard, oh, you smell nice. I'm like, this is about to take a turn.
Okay, I'm going to tell you this right now. I've been sitting on, hey, you smell magically delicious since like last week.
Between the magically delicious and the, I mean, you could come back to my room and for snacks. I was like, oh,
Snacks, you say? Sure.
Mm.
I just
I have to, and Dare is a full course meal, mind you. Like,
I just
don't
want,
be mean.
no. I just want to see Belky interact with now the more aromatic spectrum of our group.
Right.
Yeah.
Listen, if she can't seduce them, she'll find a way to get them to do what she wants. Everything is negotiable.
Challenge
I mean-
accepted.
It's not that hard with Daedalus, alright? You know?
Yeah, dangle some shiny keys in front of Daedalus, tell him it's magic, and ask him to do something, and you'll give it to him.
Exactly. Tell him it's a test.
First of all, no. The second you say it's magic, I can cast detect magic at will. No, they're not
It's
actually.
like, that's not magical.
Now, if you want them enchanted, give me like 2 weeks and a spell scroll.
There you go.
What spells can I do at
he's
will?
sitting there trying to like immediately do your accounting work.
So, I think there's like a control flame spell.
Yeah.
It's a
Well, that
cantrip.
fire can just
Yeah.
yeah, that would have been helpful last week. Sorry, y'all.
Oh, but man, this has been a good time.
Yes.
Oh, I just popped both my shoulders. I feel amazing.
I heard
Ooh,
that.
Nice.
Now let's see if I can get the neck. I need to take my headphones off for this. Oh. Oh. But yeah, it'll be fun seeing what the dynamic that unfolds soon. I still love that, like, unfortunately, no one watching this on YouTube or in the VOD will notice. But I love just putting down the closest thing we have to an established sexuality in the party would be Goldblum, and all he put down on his sheet was am gray.
Action.
I have to say is that I'm going to use that from now on.
Am gray.
Am gray. So what's your attraction? Am gray.
Ah, yes.
What is Salus's personal attraction? Bad.
man.
You don't.
There is
On
nobody
one hand-
alive.
Go ahead.
There is nobody alive on this planet that fully understands Adair's sexual preference.
I thought his preference was yes.
Depends.
I mean, a foodie might.
Fair.
That is-
A gourmand.
No, I'm sorry. The second he said that, the first thing I thought of, he just treats it like acting. Yes, and.
Yes, and.
No matter what happens, it's going to be an experience.
Also, when CG was talking about Salus in bed, my first thought was, oh yeah, Daedalus doesn't sleep, he trances. So Daedalus would have probably sold his bed and just kept the mattress put up against a wall, and he'll just lean there whenever he needs to zone out.
I will warn you, Daedalus, if you try to interrupt this man's sleep, you will be stabbed.
Look, I'm just. Salus is my sweet boy. Let him sleep.
One
At
midnight
least
is
you
coming.
have a, at least you have a bed that fits.
Oh no.
Oh.
I return to somebody bitching about bed.
Bed.
That's Alice's preference.
Big.
Now,
Love
question.
games. Alice is just dealing with
Yes.
PTSD
Yes.
because he has the professor.
Alice, do you care who is in your bed with you?
Goldblum just
Eh.
Salus just wakes up like in the middle of the night, just sees Goldblum there. He's like, my bed's too small.
Oh no, it's my bed's too small. You're hogging the covers.
I just imagine it's like, Alice, do you care who's in
He's
bed
just
with
standing
you?
in the
Alice,
hallway like
as
a
long as
kid.
they're quiet, no.
Yeah, you basically got the right idea
Oh.
there.
So
Can I
no,
sleep a
no
full night?
streamers.
Yes, you're welcome.
He's just standing in the entrance to Salus and Daedalus's room like a kid. Mother, I threw up.
But we also have
Mom, I missed the bus.
that. So there's sexuality, M. Gray, romance, eh?
Eh?
Anyone who can't dance.
Ah,
Or doesn't dance, I should say.
I see.
Daedalus.
Not ripping
time
that
for
off of
later.
anyone.
Chemical.
Look, he's 90% pecs, Goldblum, so I don't know.
Listen, he's
Look.
just Drax, alright?
I'm just gonna say this right now. Don't
Please.
tempt me to create a fucking wrestling club in here.
No. Remember, a brain is not a muscle, it's an organ. You can't exercise it.
Like hell I can't!
Don't tell Daedalus that he will try to make something that will make it happen.
Introducing the Brain-O-Matic!
Well, no. All I've got to say is the only person in here besides Frost who knows the spells that Daedalus is working on is Bob, and we both of them know Daedalus has an answer to that.
Ah.
Now just wait till I can
no.
cast 4th level spells.
Wow. Okay.
Boy howdy, is it gonna be fun when I get to throw some of the good shit at you people.
I cast
Don't let-
Bixby's hand. I punch you with my brain.
I cast
Look,
vicious
just don't let
mockery.
Daedalus get a bunch.
This
Just don't let
spell is
Daedalus
just
get a
called
bunch of
Master
money.
Hand.
You know what my favorite high level spell I'm going to get is?
What?
That's one.
No, because you do get a high level spell. I built it into your subclass.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, don't be mad at me just because rogues have the shittiest level progression in D&D.
Oh boy.
Oh
Anyways.
yeah, let's get a subclass at 3rd level. Let's not get jack shit until 9th.
Hmm.
So,
Yes.
I've now returned. Is
Welcome
everybody
back.
here?
I believe so.
Mhm.
I never
Has
left.
everybody broken their bios?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, we trying.
Alright, so let's do a roll call here. Vaughn!
Yeah.
CG!
Hello.
Bob!
I left 10 minutes ago.
God damn it. Well, we're gonna be waiting for another 10 minutes. Krista.
Hi.
Willie.
Well, Tony, I love a good three-way.
I'm in.
Fucking hell.
Mm.
Man, I forgot about the soundboard. Zai.
You walked into it.
Yee.
Alrighty. Oh boy.
You can never forget about the soundboard. I actively have to watch what I say now because of Willie's ass.
I have
Hey, I
expected-
don't record Discord.
Don't worry. It's only gonna be worse from here on out.
I still expected him to press the button that says "I'm a wizard."
I forgot I had
You're a
that.
wizard, Harry!
I was trying to remember, what did I get from last night?
He's a man with big PP, and I'm a wizard. I remember because I helped
Yes.
point them out to you.
Oh, sweet merciful Christ. Anyways. Picking back up where we left off, we will actually cover back to our original trios team of Salus, Daedalus, and Goldblue. You three have finished up with your class, and as of right now, heading to lunch. It's approximately 12:30 afternoon. Y'all feeling a little bit hungry, and of course, there's the main campus cafeteria. There's also a couple different, little cafes and stuff that you can hit up. Where do y'all feel like going?
I feel like Daedalus at this point would just be absentmindedly following the group, just being like, so now you understand, owls do not have a homing instinct, so using them as messengers is already suspect.
Uh-huh, that's nice. What do you want to eat?
Oh, food. Yes, we should do that. I have not done that today. Is there a cafeteria?
I could go for some nice cafeteria food. Seems to be a bit up my alley today. Especially after the last time we went to a diner.
What are you talking about? That was fantastic.
Yes, fantastic for you, Energy Boy. Not so much for me.
We got to travel to a new interdimensional plane. Do you know the number of people who can count on their hand that have done that? Very few!
I can count even less number of people who would probably enjoy that.
Well, I can count, at least my family. They would probably enjoy that, so that's 5.
Anyways, I believe we wanted to do something about food as opposed to arguing.
Yes, lead the way.
Goldblum, y'all up for some cafeteria food?
Sure.
And like you, I can't imagine you need any more protein, but we'll get some in you.
I mean, in all honesty, I believe he probably needs to consume a large amount of it to maintain that mass.
I eat a lot, yes.
Dallas, remind me someday to tell you what sarcasm is.
Oh no, I find it abhorrent.
This makes sense. Let's go get food. And while they're walking, Salus, realizing that he's a little hungry, will pull out the cookie from the other day and start nibbling on it.
You start to nibble on your cookie. And it's sweet. So sweet and delicious.
My favorite. Oatmeal raisin. Not actually a lie above game.
And as this is going on, we will cut over to our other party, where Velky and Dare and Iapetus.
Yes.
It's lunchtime, and of course, your new friends decided, hey, kind of hungry at the moment. In fact, I believe, and allow me to make sure I say this right, Antimony basically stated, hey, let's go get some lunch first, I'm starving. Here, the cafeteria's got some good stuff.
Sounds like a plan to me. Yeah, let's do it.
What about you guys?
Yeah, I could definitely use a bite. I also probably need to make sure Daedalus hasn't set something on fire or attacked another owl.
Who's Daedalus?
Daedalus is technically he's basically almost like a little brother to me, but he's family. He's like my best friend.
When you
guys-
say technically, you mean is he like a pet?
So internally, out loud, this is gonna laugh. Internally, she's going to snicker at the coincidence of that. But well, no. Some could argue that I'm more of the pet. I was adopted essentially by Daedalus's family, so we're not blood related, but we were raised as kin. So he's basically like my little brother.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with adoption.
But yeah, we probably his mind runs wild, especially when he has a good invention in his head, and so sometimes you gotta reel him back in, and it dawns on me. I haven't seen him in a bit, so you know what? Grabbing a meal would probably be a good idea. Eventually, I'll run into him.
Yeah, that sounds like a plan.
What's the odds he set something on fire by now, or at least attacked an owl?
Owl?
No. I honestly think the odds are higher that he's probably tried to attack an owl or thought about it.
Antimony, don't you have a pet owl? Is it someone else?
I mean, I did for a little while, but then, like, it was getting old, so I do need to pick up another pet.
Do they let you have pets at the school?
I mean somehow somebody got a basilisk in here.
I mean, yeah, but like...
Granted, look, I think somebody snuck that in here. Personally, I know they do, but you really gotta clear through customs.
That sounds like overkill bringing in a basilisk, that's all I'm saying, you know?
You're telling me. Could you imagine if someone brought in something like, I don't know, a friggin' like a gorgon or something?
Don't encourage him.
No, I was thinking letting loose a box of quasits.
And with that, Antimony kind of just breathes in and goes, imps.
I think that might be possible, yeah? A little chaos. Maybe we can get them to train... No, words. Maybe we can train them to, I don't know, do some aerial tricks for the next show. Supposedly, we have to make it better than last year, because, yeah, some hotshot bigwigs are going to be there.
Well, I mean, it's the founders of the school, so yeah. From what I hear, a couple other VIPs are going to be in here. Some crazy mages, some, I don't know, some kings and queens and emperors and empresses.
Might be fun. We gotta top the fireworks that we did.
Oh yeah, you kidding me. Last year, we completely blew it out of the friggin' water.
Only problem is Dad was bankrolling the whole thing last time.
I mean...
Yeah, I heard you guys had artillery level pyrotechnics last year.
Oh yeah. I mean... Listen, there's a reason why I took a gap year to follow Dad around for a little while. Maybe you've heard of him. I forgot what his name is, Shira.
Oh, don't worry. I can fill in that name for you. So...
I'm sorry.
Oh, you apologize, I'm throwing the chonkle at you.
Try me.
I'll do it.
Chonkla is mighty.
Your dad would have been named Flavius Carmine.
Oh, that's right.
Does that name ring a bell?
Roll me a history. Anyone can make roll me a history.
That name. I will gladly roll a history.
17.
Okay.
And 9.
Iapetus, you got no freaking idea who this guy is, and in fact, you're just like, just probably some rich dude putting his kid through college. You know, it's normal. And there, heard some whisperings, believe it or not, from a few travelers that you've met up with. Flavius Carmine is a world-renowned rock star. A literal one-man band, though he does tour with others. And got quite a history of musical talents. You've heard even one story that this man did a solid 2-hour guitar solo. And the crowd went absolutely nuts. In fact, it actually led to a riot in a kingdom.
Oh, yeah, I've heard of him. He caused a riot in a kingdom one time from a guitar solo.
Yeah, that was wild.
Yeah. Wait, didn't you tell... I remember you told me that story. Didn't something happen about, like, a cow being, like, turned into a, like, I don't know, a freaking battering ram?
Oh, yeah, that was after somebody, like, pushed the cow into the crowd, and it was crowd surfing. And then somebody bull rushed the stage with it.
Ah, I remember. They had to cast, like, a huge-ass wall of ice.
Yeah. But the burgers were great afterwards.
Bro, I could go for a burger right now.
Man, I'm hungry. Weren't we getting lunch?
Yeah, let's go. Hurry, before I get hungry. Oh god, I'm already feeling, like... I'm feeling the temptation.
And Derek digs into his bag, and he pulls out one of the honey cakes he made recently, handing it over. This should hold you until then.
Oh, thanks, pussycat. And she immediately takes it and begins munching on it and goes, oh wow, this is good.
It is the same kind of honey cakes that I made last time. Moist and delicious malted barley honey cakes in a honeycomb shape, sprinkled with sugar and a honey glaze.
Don't make me hungry in real life. Sounds really good.
Yeah.
Oh, above game, J Frost is gonna be heating up some extra like dinner because he already ate dinner but wants more dinner now.
Ah, I see.
Second dinner is acceptable.
Second dinner, it's all look. There's second of everything.
Yes.
This is why.
So I started making.
This is why whenever I play D&D, I have an energy drink because then I'm just like, yes, caffeine and sugar. That's the perfect way to make you not hungry.
Great way to make you thirsty, though.
Yeah.
He'll hand one over to everybody in the group that he's traveling with. I've got some leftovers that I'm bringing for lunch. You're welcome to join me.
Sweet. Here, let's find a place at the cafeteria at least, so that way we can get a good seat.
Yeah. Hey, Antimony, why don't you save me a spot with these goons? What do you want? I'll go get you food.
Look, if you can get me... I don't know what's on the menu tonight. Hold on. And as Antimony puts a finger up to their lip and purse their lips, they're like, let's see, it's a Tuesday, so... Oh, I think it's pulled pork tacos with pineapple salsa today, as well as a vegetarian lasagna as well. I know there's also one-pan roast rack of lamb and green olive potatoes.
Oh, that's for me then.
Oh, there you go.
So what you want?
Pork tacos.
Right. Velky heads off to go get food for the two of them.
Of course. And of course, we will now cut to the cafeteria! Where I believe I can do a little bit of a change-up here for a quick second. There's no map, but we will get a change-up of something.
Mm-hmm.
So... I believe this should be it. Yep. Hopefully you all can hear that.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And with this, we now cut to the cafeteria. And boy, howdy, I say cafeteria when this thing is basically a literal monastery of tables. Just endless rows of tables. You have privatized circular tables. You've got long tables able to sit nearly 50 people, 25 on each side. You've got lunch lines. You've got different little areas. You've got passing food carts. With just these platters full of drinks also being sent left, right, and center. Carried out by unseen servants. And we will cut to a nice... We cut to a nice circular table that can seat 8, where currently Daedalus, Salus, and Goldbloom are sitting.
Also, I'm sorry, but I heard cafeteria monastery. The first thought that went through my head is the head lunch lady better be named Mendel.
God damn it.
That's a science joke because I'm a nerd.
Point and laugh.
Ha 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 ha.
Amusement.
Nerd.
Nerd.
Thank you, Wiley. God damn it. But yeah, so today's lunch menu consists of, as the aforementioned statement, of pulled pork tacos with pineapple salsa, vegetarian lasagna, a bit of the one-pan roast rack of lamb and green olive potatoes, gnocchi fish pie, pasta with salmon and peas, meatball and garlic bread tray bake, chipotle chicken and slaw, and let us not forget prawn tikka masala, as well as broccoli pesto and pancetta pasta.
Yeah, second dinner is gonna be a thing.
Second dinner was always a thing. Of course, that is just for the lunch. Now, of course, there are some sweets that are going around. There's, of course, the ye olde ice creams that are seen within some of the food carts being sent. There's a couple different bakery parts also put into the cafeteria, where there's pies, there's some cakes, cookies, tarts, sweet as can be, some, and a bread that some would recognize in real life as a Sally Lunn bun. And of course, there's cheesecake. Topped
Yes,
with, of
cheesecake.
course, berries. So yeah, what y'all doing?
Well, I would say Daedalus would have probably gone for something simple, which would have been the salmon pasta. And he's just sitting there, like, making notes in his own spell book, mumbling to himself between bites.
Aepatus is going for that lamb and absolutely getting some cheesecake. But, what kind of cheesecake we got?
As far as this cheesecake, it's basically, it's a simplistic cheesecake, a medieval style. Though it does have a sweet topping of the berries, which is raspberries, blueberries, and of course, a couple little different other toppings. Some sprinkled sugar added on top of it, powdered sugar, really. There's, of course, a nice double chocolate cheesecake that is included in. Some of the cakes are basically of simplistic, like a nice vanilla flavored cake. There's also a carrot cake, if you would like.
Oh,
And as far as the ice cream is, there's about 50 plus flavors.
The cheesecake's calling her name, so it's the, so she'll grab lamb, or she'll request lamb unless it's like open bar, pick what you want.
It's open
And,
bar. Pick what you want.
Oh, then yeah, she's getting the lamb and potatoes and a nice, generous slice of cheesecake. And after she has that, she'll head back over to the group.
Right. I would assume you've spotted you were looking for your compatriots?
I know I'm already with Indira, Velky, and Anna, but I would have been keeping an eye out for Salus, Daedalus, and Goldblum.
A perception check, please.
Absolutely. Press the button. Eventually.
Natural 20.
I see all of them.
Oh, you see a lot. In fact, I'm gonna do something fun here for a quick second. Zai,
Yes.
you immediately spot your compatriots. And as you're walking through the crowd and everything else, for a split moment, out of the corner of your eye, you could have sworn you saw someone walking by, quick brush, that had a white mask on.
Was I able to see what the mask looked like?
Avian. But it was quick. And as you look back, they disappear.
Maybe my eyes are playing tricks on me, but anyway, are they within shouting range, or like if I yelled slightly but not in like terror or something, but like to get their attention, are they close enough to catch it, or is it too loud in the cafeteria?
You should be able to easily get their attention, especially if you're making them.
Alice, Lucy, Goldblum, guys, over here. And she's trying to get their attention so that they can follow her back to the table when they have their food.
Daedalus' head snaps up, turns around, and starts waving. Tussie, over here! Tussie, over here!
Oh, thank God I can pass you off to her.
Oh, what's wrong, Salus? You couldn't handle hanging out with them for a little bit?
Right about then, Velky, not knowing who these people are, and not able to hear quite what's being said over, the din of people in the cafeteria, rushes past and bumps into one of them with, the battering ram, like maul, the halberd, the blunt end of the sheathed sword, something, and like, oh, sorry about that, and just keeps going.
I
You
see
hear
you
a
have
student yell out,
run
"Oh,
into-
that was my face!"
Oh,
Please tell me it was the same gnome from the first episode.
I meant either Daedalus, Salus, or Goldblum.
Oh no, you're just hearing that in the distance.
I'm walking here.
I'm walking here.
What's the to you?
So- getting bumped. Oh, excuse you.
Oh, well, I see you guys have met Velky. Velky, these are our friends that we were talking about earlier, and Darren and my friends, and Daedalus, essentially my brother.
Hello, hi, Daedalus von de Vente, pleasure to meet you.
Velky just stares at Daedalus for a moment, and then looks to Iapetus. See, always this wired red.
You get used to it after a while. If he's not wired, that's when you should be concerned.
Speak for yourself.
Charmed, I'm sure. Velky Karst, nice to meet you.
Hello.
Pleasure to meet you. My name's Salas Creed.
Goldblum.
You seem absolutely enthused, my guy.
My enthusiasm was left back with in some old tomb about 5 years ago.
Bet you're fun at parties, and Velky will just go and get food real quick and then come back.
Because that's the first I've heard Salas mention that.
Meanwhile, Deus is just like, oh, they have parties here? I had no idea. Goes back to his book.
Am I
Gold.
able to roll anything for, like, assessing how Salas said that? Because that seemed pertinent.
Good question. Salas, is there anything?
Yes.
Ooh!
Oh.
I would assume an insight check is in order.
I pressed the button. 22.
Well, I don't know about y'all, but I'm thinking 22 here.
It's fine. Salas isn't trying to hide it. Salas is very nonchalantly just kind of bringing it up and looks on over and notices the quizzical look on Iapetus's face. Oh, that's right. I suppose I never actually told y'all. My parents are treasure hunters of sorts.
Oh, that's why you were talking about caves.
Yes. Specifically booby traps, as it were.
Oh.
They, they're more of the outgoing adventuring types. And, well, they weren't about to leave their dear old child at home. So, from a young age, I accompanied them along with. And, I don't know if you know this, but booby traps and small children do not a good combination make.
We know that.
Daedalus, dang it. Salas, if it's a little difficult to talk about it, you don't have to go in detail. I was just concerned for you, man.
No, it's all right. Ain't nothing I'm really hiding. Just never really came up. Then there's the moment of silence where he's just kind of like looking off in the distance. And he just slowly nibbles on a taco.
Oh yeah, you know, just the trademark Salas on Wii.
Oh no.
Almost as though to break the silence, Indare puts almost like a pizza pan sized bowl into the table in front of everybody. Food time.
A lot of food.
This is why I did not pick up a dessert.
He pulls the top back, and what looks like the meat from a haunch of venison has been slow roasted with juniper berries, rosemary, and there are buttered carrots and roasted potatoes. The meat has a pulled pork style texture to it, and it looks like he's packed enough for multiple people if they wanted to taste. It was definitely a feat watching him pull this giant thing out of his bag of holding.
I swear, Indare, how do you do that and not get roux and gravy everywhere?
Magic. He winks.
Yeah, I thought it was rather simple, really.
Honestly, I put money on years of practice.
Thinking more of that?
I thought he would just lick it all up.
I mean, I don't know if his guests would be happy with pre-licked food.
Well, that's actually pretty common in old cultures.
I'm not comfortable enough with any of you to begin grooming you quite yet.
Fascinating.
No,
Goes
you
back to his
said
pasta.
yet.
Belky will come back with 2 servings of food for herself and for Antimony, and start looking around, looking around for Antimony.
You
Hey,
see Antimony's over by the one dessert cart getting a slice of cheesecake and then rushing over to the ice cream cart and getting a la mode style serving of a nice scoop of kind of almost like a dark raspberry colored ice cream.
Everyone's goth till they're hungry.
Yeah. When because she's still off getting things, I go, hey, watch your heads for a second. Velky will stand up and do produce flame and make like a swirling like essentially a flare. It's like, hey, we're over here because Velky's short.
Velky notices this and immediately rushes over with basically a plate in both hands, another plate on where the upper part, like the opposite side of your elbows would be, where you're actually folding your arms, and just goes, and a plate in her mouth, and the plate in her mouth is just nothing but cookies, and goes, I am so going to fail my diet, and it's so going to be worth it.
You're like 90 pounds dripping wet. I could throw you over my shoulder and not notice.
Look, just because you literally have to be the equal parts of both talent and, muscle, doesn't mean that you're the strongest. Remember, I can still do some moves too.
Oh, no, I'm just saying, you've never been heavy. I don't know why you're on a diet.
Kind of looks down and goes, well, how else do you think I keep my figure as amazing?
Stress?
Did you
Can't
have to bring
confirm.
that
Stress
up?
is great for weight loss.
Did you really have to bring that up?
You look after me. And Velky will just grin real big. And you notice when she grins, she has some rather sharp-looking fangs.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
And she'll set Antimony's plate in front of her, and hers like in an empty seat next to I suppose Indare.
You watch Antimony just go to fucking town on these tacos, like practically chipmunking at one point. Just bleh, bleh, bleh.
Velky's just gonna eat calmly. She's got no reason to rush. So, you guys are, what, all, club members or something?
Oh, no, but I have applied for a club. Also, Iapetus, here. He hands her the flyer for the Student Hunters Association. I saw this on a bulletin board. It sounded like it would be up your alley.
Student Hunters Association. She's gonna look at the flyer. Thanks, Daedalus, for thinking of me with this. Is there like room numbers or like first group meeting or club member orientation information on this flyer, J Frost?
There's some general information here and there. Basically, there's a couple different areas you can just report to in order to get in touch with some people. And if you also notice that on there is kind of some scribbled notes from Daedalus.
So, Lucy, what's this? What else did you write on here?
Oh, I need a place for notes. Good news is, I completed my first spell, all my own. Now I just need to wait to hear back from the shopkeeper about selling it.
Oh, well, I'm sure Mother will be pleased.
Oh, right, she also wrote a letter. Here you go. I still need to write mine. You should write one too.
Okay, I guess now I have this letter from Mom, and I guess, are you going to, for the sake of brevity, relay to me what was in the letter from
Yes.
Because I think J Frost read it to you last time.
Yes, for the sake of brevity, because I have not gone back to that episode and listened to what the letter said.
Yeah.
It's basically like, hey, how's class? Did you get that email I sent about the weapon or the wand shop, something like that?
Yeah. Listen, it was
Okay.
a month ago and I've been busy.
No,
Despite
that's
having
fair.
no job.
There.
A
Well-
mood.
Oh, well, it's nice to hear from Mom. I will actually make sure I write back to her. How'd you get this message, by the way?
You see him give a slight twitch, just head to the side.
Daedalus,
They're still
how did you get this message?
They're still following me. I don't know how they keep finding me.
Hey, and like she'll snap her fingers. Hey, how'd you get the message?
From an owl, but it's already getting worse. One is now teaching.
So, she. So you. Okay, so a messenger owl. Got it. So basically, what I told you about how all of the owls aren't bad and you shouldn't try to mind sliver the owl was right.
Owls are not.
I'm sorry.
What?
He did what?
Yeah,
I'm sorry,
we're trying
what?
to break him out. Yeah, we're trying to break him out of this.
They are following us, and they are the only common denominator in the largest conspiracy we have found to date.
Did you
Right.
attack the teacher?
What?
At this moment, Salus is just kind of chewing on a taco and slowly doing the Picard facepalm.
Did you, in fact, mind sliver the teacher?
Guys, give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
Okay. Daedalus will turn to Indare. No, but only because I am not going to endanger my academic career until I have more evidence.
Dude, they're just owls.
What is your
Shouldn't
vendetta
you-
against birds?
Shouldn't you have evidence before you attack on them?
Not if they invade my space. Also, the owls are the only common denominator so far in an attack by giant frogs.
What connection is there between owls and frogs?
Dude,
They're animals.
yeah, they're animals. One's giant frog, other is just Hoot Hoot.
Okay, first of all, the frogs didn't start as giants, so already there's perfidy. Second of all, the owls are the ones that brought the message. No one can figure out who sent the message, so we only have the owls. And how do the owls, a creature that has no homing instinct, much like a pigeon, finding all of the students around the school and instantly discerning which one is which and which gets which male? It's already a very dangerous, suspicious system.
Can I sleight of hand send a signal to Daedalus?
Sure.
You know what? Go for it. Tell me what signal you're wanting to send first. I want to know.
I'm curious.
He's telling Daedalus to shut the hell up about the frogs.
By all means, sleight of hand and
7.
Kick
Basically,
his shin.
basically he's just running his fingers across his throat. He's mimicking like he's scratching, but he's running his fingers across his throat because he's trying to warn Daedalus because Tall, Dark, and Scary told them not to fucking talk about this.
Okay, but so what was your name again, Specs?
Hi, Daedalus Von de Vente of the... Oh crap, I forgot what place I'm from.
Yeah, that's a buddy, that's a mouthful. I'm gonna stick with Specs. That's a lot easier. So yeah, you realize that a lot of these birds that keep delivering mail are like people's familiars, right? Like you know that, right?
not only that, there's a literal owlry here on campus where they, train the owls to learn the students so that way they can drop the packages off accordingly.
Have you never heard of awakened animals? Like,
Yeah.
bro,
Okay, first of all,
that's
Awakened Animals-
cringe.
No. First of all,
That's
cringe
cringe.
how? Second of all, Awakened Animals, totally different thing. Third of all, have you ever tried
Lucy,
to train...
Lucy.
No.
Lucy.
No.
And you're gonna like if Iapetus noticed what Indira was trying to do, Lucy is going to subtly point to, or Iapetus is gonna point to Lucy subtly and tell him, "Shut up before you get us in trouble with Naylock." and send message, basically.
Okay, I'm glad you said send message because you are relying on a very low insight score.
Yeah, I know.
Low data list for that.
That's exactly why I was like, if
Well-
she noticed, nah, she's sending a message immediately.
Okay. The one he would finally finish off is, as someone whose sister has innate druidic powers, let me tell you, owls do not like training.
Yeah, like they're pretty stupid.
Yeah.
But
You-
like this is a
Tigers are-
magic school.
Yeah, also
You
tigers don't like training, but they, show up in, everything.
You do realize I can literally make an owl give you a message with magic.
Yeah. Like it's a magic school. Like I don't know how to tell you this is a magic school. Like yeah.
All magic can
We
be
used to do it all
explained
the
at a
time.
root. By explaining it, that's how we learned. So far, no one has explained anything to me about how this works.
All right. I mean, I don't know how much more I need to explain about either awakened animals, familiars, specialized training, using spells to make animals do things. Like, that's pretty plausible within this realm of reality. So, like, I don't know what to tell you, my guy.
Miss
So-
Miss Velky.
Yeah, you can just call me Belle. That's fine.
Alright, Belle. You asked earlier how we all came together as a group.
Yeah.
This living whirlwind over here swept us all together at the same when we all came at the same time. You can kind of see how we've more or less stuck together just watching the disaster.
Yeah, it's like an explosion. You can't really look away.
Morbidly fascinating, I agree.
That's also why I
Yeah.
wear eye protection. Points to glasses.
Why are they different? Is this like an aesthetic thing? I can appreciate that, my guy. I really can. But like, is
Oh.
it medical?
Oh, yes. Drow. Sunlight.
Oh yeah, that is a problem, isn't that?
Yes, I'm
Yeah.
only first generation surface born, so it's still a thing.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry.
Oh no, it's totally fine.
So, I'm just gonna ask this right now. Hey, what's everybody's passive perception, if you don't mind me inquiring?
Well,
13.
that's always a good question.
15.
15, 12?
13.
13.
16.
Ooh.
Oh, here's a
I am
fun
not
little
very
thing.
wise yet.
The druid.
what?
Sorry, I spec'd in strength.
So anybody
No,
who has
con, I'll have you know.
so anybody who has a passive perception of 14 or above,
Hmm.
Damn.
y'all notice a very, very fierce-looking horned owl just flying overhead and landing on right behind Daedalus.
I need to go to the little Ganassi's room, and I get up and move to like go around the table and just snag the owl and go, "Oh, what's this?" Just set it on the table, so it's not right behind Daedalus.
Hmm?
The owl looks at you.
Oh.
Exactly.
Ah.
Joking aside. Actually, the owl looks at Ender. God damn, fuck. My fucking brain literally had a
It
fry.
finally happened.
It finally fucking happened. The multiverse streams have finally crossed. Ender, this owl's looking at you.
Does Indare notice the owl?
Yes, now that it is in plain view.
Yes.
And you see a little parcel attached to its leg.
He reaches out and holds out his arm for the owl.
The owl hops onto your arm. It goes. And immediately extends its leg out that has the parcel.
He unties the parcel. Aren't you just adorable? And he will lightly, with a single finger, stroke the owl's chest. And basically, He's going to be nice to the owl while staring at Daedalus.
The owl kind of shimmies a little bit while it's getting the pets and goes. Just goes. It's going like a little car rumen.
Daedalus is just doing the thing where you point to both your eyes, then point at someone, then point to both your eyes, then point at someone.
Now, Daedalus, this is how you interact with an owl. If they bring you something, you accept it, you thank them, you give them some attention, and then you hold up your arm and you allow them to go on their way if they choose to go on their way. And then Dare will hold up his arm after he gives the pets.
The owl.
I can't.
Oh, go ahead.
I can't speak with animals.
Of course.
He lowers his arm and holds his arm forward towards everybody, since it's speaking.
Aww.
The owl immediately just looks to all of you and just goes, "Delivery complete. Returning home for mice."
Wait,
And immediately fluff. Oh, go ahead.
well, I say that out loud to the owl because of speak with animals.
All right. Anything you want to ask?
Are you part of a conspiracy?
Does it have mice?
I don't think so.
Not.
What'd it say?
And it just flies away.
It is not.
Likely story.
And Dare shakes his head and goes to his package, opening it.
And there, as you open up this tiny parcel, you open it up to see a small vial and a note attached to it.
I read the note.
My dearest child, this gift has been sent to you as we have found a lucky trade. A ship came by, bearing goods, and one of those was a, well, culinary dish, item. I thought well of you, and believed that it would work for you. A special oil. Enjoy. Love, Mum.
And I investigate the oil.
By all means.
What do I need to roll for it?
Roll me an investigation.
Okie doke. 25.
Damn! Look at you. You pop the lid off just a little bit to sniff it. You dip a tiny bit of your finger in to have a taste. And of course, the taste is kind of unique. It's weird, almost. It's a mixture of sweet, sour, almost fishy, but then it's like gingery. It just keeps going back and forth in the different tastes. And honestly, you're wondering, what the hell could this be for a quick second? Because you're just like, this doesn't make any sense. I mean, and then it hits you. You think long and hard about it, but it hits you. Because, honestly, you've heard about this. What this is a very, very unique taste of a special garum fish sauce. And not just any garum fish sauce. This is a garum fish sauce from a far eastern kingdom. In fact, just from the taste alone, and being able to figure out all of its taste, all of its ingredients to make it, you realize that this actually belongs to the famed Remus Empire. And that sauce, well, it's a very highly sought after export.
And with my high investigation, you said that I figured out all the various components of it. Is there any way that I can maybe duplicate it or create it with enough time and effort?
Of course. What you do know is the one tricky part is that you're going to need two important things. One is a very big deep sea fish. Something akin to almost like a marlin, but not just any marlin. It's got to be the green-scaled marlin. And the second is the spice known as asafoetida.
I might need that spelled out.
Of course, I will spell it out for you immediately.
So, Indare just got the essence of true flavor.
Nice.
That's what I was thinking when Frost was describing it.
Michael's secret stuff.
In fact, I have the spelling right here. I will copy it and paste this into the Discord for you.
Thank you.
By all means. But as far as the other bits and pieces, you can tell sea salt, dried oregano, defrutum, and honey. Though you definitely know asafoetida and green scale marlin. Specifically, the green scale marlin's fish oil.
Interesting. I'm willing to bet my right whiskers, that Dad talked his tail off to get me this. That or Mom threatened him.
Either or. Who knows?
And he will pocket the fish sauce. He already has a very interesting idea on how to use this.
Of course, of course. And so, a little time passes. I would assume Velky returns?
Oh, I wasn't actually going anywhere.
Oh, you were just getting up?
That was just to make sure that he didn't turn around and there was an owl right there.
Oh, of course. Well,
yeah, that would have resulted in definitely a spell.
Yeah.
So yeah. Our lunch period comes to a close with everyone feasting, definitely getting full. And of course, Antimony kind of looking like they're about to take a nice after lunch nap. Considering they ate basically, well, what can only be described as a quarterback's lunch, which is basically 2 buffets worth of food.
Oh god. Hey, Antimony, are you gonna be okay? We were supposed to, go to band practice.
We'll go in just a bit. Oh, I feel bloated. Oh, I'm still good. Just give me a 10-minute nap.
You own a band?
Yeah, the Hell Screamers.
Best band in the world.
Is that, I'm assuming that's some, highly vocal and rather loud music.
I mean, it's rock and roll.
Huh?
He'll
never
take
heard of it.
He'll take a sip of water at that.
So yeah, kind of hardcore. You could say that, yeah.
More power to you then. Not exactly my personal cup of tea, but you shouldn't judge. I have no right to judge other people's tastes and specialities, after all.
I mean, we won the competition last year, so like, you know, wouldn't exactly count us out.
We kicked names and took ass.
Yeah, we sure did, Bab. We sure did.
I'm gonna be sick.
Yeah. Well, I think I need to get this one to her dorm. Would anybody be willing to go with me?
Sure, why not?
Thanks, Bex.
Yeah, I'll follow along as well.
I agree.
Down
Well.
the clown.
Fiesta party.
Might be good to travel in groups, especially with everything that's been happening in the last few days.
Not bad, huh?
Yeah, I second that.
Sal's
All right.
1,000 yards there again.
Why? What's happened since the cafe?
Oh, yeah, that's right. I guess I'll tell them about the basilisk situation as we're walking
A what?
or lugging, and I'll relay the basilisk information as we're walking Anna back towards her room. But so yeah, a couple days ago after I left the cafe, I had a run-in with a basilisk.
Did you get the eyes?
As
What?
in, did it stare me halfway to death? Yeah, that happened for sure.
No. I mean, did you actually take the eyes? I assumed you survived. If not, this is very strange, but I assumed you survived.
We survived.
I'm gonna be real honest with you, Lucy. We survived, but I was way too focused on almost being turned to stone and trying to save another student's life. I didn't get the eyes.
It couldn't make me more gray because I am already gray. I was immune.
You know what, bud? Yes, you were, and you saved my life. So yep.
Way to go, big
we're
man.
good.
That is interesting.
Alright.
I will pick up my friend who is about to go into a food coma.
Of course. You pick them up. They're tapping. They're basically like patting their belly, going, "I am happy." And kind of gives like kind of both the eyes are kind of like in triangle forms, and the face is curling up like an upside down, like a sideways number 3
Yeah.
kitten facing.
Oh, here. I
Vol.
was about to say, here. Let me help with that. Just taps Antimony on the side. Hold on to them, and. Boop. Daedalus cast Levitate.
Gary, there's one way to do it.
Tie a bit of string around her ankle.
I'm trying to hold on to her.
And it's a string
Yeah.
over. Here you go. You got a balloon.
Yeah.
I would prefer if you didn't ask maybe before turning my bandmate into, a party favor.
I just thought it would make things easier. Plus, it only lasts 10 minutes. She'll be fine.
Well, I guess we better get moving. Cross campus is a little longer than 10 minutes.
The 7'9" Goliath just shrugs. I could have, carried, but whatever.
I am assuming that everyone is getting up from the lunch table and heading to the dorm.
Yes.
I will
Good
clean up my plates,
Yeah.
put my plates back into my bag, and I will follow.
Great. Great.
I
Just one
I
question.
to save her cheesecake for later.
Who's leading this?
I suppose I would assume that I know where the dorm is.
Excellent. Excellent. So, let's round this out here with some change up in music.
Oh no.
And slowly going to crossbow.
Velky,
Jesus
as you
Christ.
all begin to head towards the door,
Yes.
and the door opens up, and Velky, as you are walking forward, you immediately, you're talking to your friends, making sure that everybody's all right, and then you walk into a very solid surface.
The fuck was? Hey, watch where you're going.
And as you say that, standing in front of you, standing at a height of 6'4", in blackened robes with green trim, with a metallic skull face looking down at you with a single glowing monotonous eye.
Oh no.
This entity looks down at you, looks immediately up to your friend, levitating,
Shite.
and then slowly turns its attention to your group.
I take the stealth action.
What?
You know what?
Well,
No, I have a better idea. So this
I
is
know what you're gonna do.
This is Nylock, right?
oh, you damn well know it's Nylock.
Yeah.
Oh
I
no!
pull out a
you're-
ticket and I break the ticket.
I knew it.
Coffee. Get the coffee. It's really good.
Well, the ticket has been used!
This motherfucker.
And there! You disappear!
What's the ticket?
So, TLDR, back during the first session 0, at the end of this session, the party was given a bunch of vouchers for one free diner meal.
Okay.
The diner is not on this plane of existence. In fact, it is literally on a nexus that basically connects to the other planes of existence. It's a multi-dimensional diner.
Okay.
The only way to get there is either A, knowing its exact location and being able to teleport to it, or B, getting a voucher, which was given to them by one of their teachers, who may or may not have been day drinking in class.
Iapetus mumbles under her breath. You goddamn clever cat. Fuck.
And as you mumble that, Naylock's eye, you watch as the glowing green eye immediately zooms in like a camera quickly and focuses on all of you.
Oh no.
Hello, Professor.
Good afternoon, Professor Naylock.
Good day.
Afternoon, students.
Why do I just
What can
hear
we do for
Snape,
you?
Snape, Severus Snape?
In a sense. I am informed that there was an incident on campus. Is this correct? Immediately turning their head to you, Iapetus.
So I am aware of two very specific incidences. One was that I ran into a student who apparently had a pet basilisk, and I distracted it in order to try to help save their lives, and ended up being able to fend it off with help from Goldblum and I think it was another student or professor. I've heard that there was an explosion, but I don't on the campus, but I don't know any details of it other than there was an explosion and some people managed to survive.
Correct. Your good work. I congratulate you for surviving a basilisk. You have survivability. And immediately, Naylok's gaze turns, scanning you all. Unfortunately, I have business to attend to. And he slowly raises his right arm, and a bony metallic finger points to you, Salus. You ought to come with me.
Fair enough. Been expecting this for a hot minute now. Lead the way.
There is no need. You watch as Naylok's eye begins to flicker. Salus, both you and Naylok disappear in a flash of quick emerald green light.
Salad? Oh, fuck.
I'm sure he'll be fine.
I'm sorry, I just realized the only other person who could tell the party what might be going down is currently in an interdimensional diner.
Yep.
Funny
So
that.
flip the fuck out of existence.
I saw Naylok. I panicked. I had a way out. I took it.
Although you've proven something above game, unless J. Frost says something that counteracts this thought process. He didn't stop you.
Can somebody explain to me what the hell just happened?
That's Professor Nana. They're sinister.
So
You don't say.
So
I do.
Belle, there's a
He did.
it's a little complicated. We can't say much because Tall, Dark, and Creepy ordered us not to say anything. So I'll just put it this way. Remember earlier in class we mentioned we've encountered some weird shit in the past few weeks?
Yeah?
We've encountered some weird shit, and he's aware of the weird shit.
Actively investigating it.
Yeah, and so because it's an active investigation, we can't specify details. Now, as to why he poofed Salus out of existence just now, I have no fucking clue. But
It's just a quick way of traveling. He did that to us.
he did
It
it
was
to
cool.
us, but that's the thing. Remember, the last time he did it to us, it's because we witnessed something. So what is it that Salus saw that we haven't seen? Because he didn't bloop me out of existence for the basilisk.
I didn't get to ask if anyone claimed the eyes.
I mean,
They're not yours to claim.
So does he have like an office or something around here?
I presume.
He
So-
might, but I haven't been there. The last time he blooped us out of existence wasn't to his office.
Where did you go?
Without getting into details, because Ipsnay on the he sees everything stay. It related to the investigation site.
Actually,
I
one
mean-
second.
It's been a second.
Well, I've already done it. Detect magic. Do I detect anything that's watching us?
Phyllis. There's bits and pieces here and there of different magics. Most from the fact that you just activated it, you can immediately feel the oncoming wave of chronomancy, necromancy, conjuration, and other magic schools just from where Naylok was standing.
True, but he would specifically be looking around for divination and or the signs of magical scrying, because those specifically have hints in detect magic.
Also
Mm.
keeping in mind the fact that he specifically did mention that he would know if we were lying. So just keeping in mind, if we say anything and then try to tell him we didn't say anything, he will know.
I mean, so it's better to ask for forgiveness than it is to ask for permission, kind of thing. So, like, help me get Timmy back to her dorm, and then we'll go for a walk. And you
Sounds
don't
like a
have to
wonderful
tell me
idea.
anything.
Yeah, let's definitely get your friend back.
Before we switch scenes, and I'll make this quick.
Hmm.
Daedalus,
Yes.
you detect divination magic, but coming from two different ends.
Oh?
Oh.
And quickly, both ends are severed.
Oh no.
Fascinating.
Fascinating.
Oh, well, no, he just says fascinating out loud. Then he just opens up a notebook, writes down, 2 people watching us, owls, question mark. Then closes the book and just follows without saying anything.
I think
Did
we
you
can
show us that notebook or no?
No? He's at least going to wait till we're outside. Plus, they stopped watching us, so he'll just wait till he feels like, okay, it's relevant.
hand wave taking Antimony to the room if that's easier.
I would assume you guys are immediately taking Antimony back to the dorm ASAP.
So she can have her siesta.
Of course.
And
while
also
you guys
just
are
in
doing
case anything happens.
Oh, don't worry. While you all are doing that, we're gonna cut to Salus.
Oh no.
Hey, Salus. How you doing,
Hi.
buddy?
I'm in jail, I bet.
No? You're in a... How should I say this? You're in a 20 by 20 room. Squared. No windows, no doors. Solid black brickwork. With green light torches. A table with 2 simple seats. And Naylock's already in the seat. Sit.
Salus will nonchalantly move and take a seat.
I believe you are already familiar with what I am about to ask you.
Very much so.
Good. You were the last reported witness coming out of the scene before the explosion.
I was.
You were the last reported seen walking out of Melf's office.
I was.
We have recovered the body.
It was... damn shame. It was. Tried to do
Indeed.
what I could, but...
There was nothing you could do. The magic especially used was a lethal concoction. Abyssal fire. Burns beyond 10th degree and can singe the soul.
heavy stuff.
Not even a true resurrection can be brought. In a sense, it is considered a permanent death.
Salus kind of folds his arms and waits for Nylock to continue.
Though I do bring question. You did deliver my package, correct?
I did. Called you a sweetheart underneath it all.
Noted. You watch as Snylock's eye does not move from you. And while you're trying to look at your professor in his single monotonous eye, you see some glyphs appearing around his head, just in the air, facing in and out. I have several questions I would like to ask, but I will only ask a few. Was there anyone else at the scene?
Not that I noticed. Just me and the professor and her, well, frankly comical amount of gifts on the floor.
See. It was reported that you had assisted one of our elder staff members out of the Inferno.
It's an old woman who was pinned under something. She walked it off, so I assume that she was able to recover.
She is, though we are keeping her in intensive care as a procedural method. Next question. And he immediately zooms in on you. Was there any magical presence detected?
Salas thinks back to it. 1 second. I may not have the capacity to immediately detect magic like some of my classmates, but I didn't notice anything immediate. When I went back, I did notice that one of the objects had survived the Inferno. It was a tall, perhaps staff-looking object in wrapping paper still, which struck me as odd, but wasn't what I was there for, so I merely not acknowledged it and made my way toward the mouth.
See. And the eye slowly unzooms. Are you aware that there was a theft recently?
Can't say that I am. May I ask about it, or is that hush?
I am capable of divulging but a small bit of info. The museum suffered a break-in shortly after your departure.
Let's see.
Yes. An item of great value was stolen from us.
What, if I may ask?
The eye zooms further back. The of Zortok.
Above game, could you repeat that for the
Of course.
stream? Yeah, cut out there.
The staff of Zortok. And I will type that into the chat.
Does that ring a bell for me by any chance? Either did I
Roll me
see
either.
it or
You would have passed it, I will say that, because of your perception. If you're looking for more of its history, you would need to either roll a history or a religion.
I've got pretty good. Oh, pretty good. I'm proficient in history and religion. 20.
You immediately recall the staff of Zortuk as you were walking by, because this was in one of the back room display areas, close to where the tapestry that you saw of the kingdom yet to be was placed. The staff of Zortuk, from the display plaque, and from what you can recall just from general reading, belonged to one of 3 powerful archdevils, known as the Infernal Triumvirate. It was placed at the museum as a loaner gift, from who no one would divulge. What was known about the staff is that is powerful magic. Extremely powerful magic.
Pretty powerful demon lord relic.
Yes. It is, considering that one of the 3's progeny walks the halls.
Interesting. So, do you think that there's a connection there, or is this merely a coincidence that y'all have noticed?
I cannot answer that. All that I can answer is that this investigation goes far deeper. And immediately Nelok stands up. More information will be needed. I assume you have a compatriot who can collaborate your story, correct?
There was a friend of mine who I visited a little bit after the explosion, and after I visited the office for the second time. He looks a little sad when he says that. But as far as visiting the first, you would be my only reference for that one.
I see. The name of this student?
I believe that they would be in Dare.
You watch as the head goes from looking at you to lifting up just a bit. And you can hear almost the sound of whirring in the background. I see. You are dismissed. And you watch as they lift their right hand up. A small glow of green begins to appear. And with a snap of their fingers, you arrive right in front of your friend's party, back at the dorm. But we will get to them in just a bit. Because now, we're going to be cutting over to Ender, who's currently at our good old diner. And in fact, let's play some diner music.
We have nothing but tonal whiplash here at Saved by the Spell. Also, I love that for one reason or another, part of that ambient background noise is a monkey screeching in the background.
Mm-hmm.
It just makes more questions for Naylock. Why does he have a monkey, and why is it so angry?
It knows it's going into the bioreactor.
Biofurnace go whoosh. And there. You're currently sitting at not at the diner, not at the diner countertop, but instead in a diner booth. You've been visited by one of the waitresses, an elderly fish woman, who kind of took your order, and, you know, you two sweet chatted and talked for a little bit. And in fact, while during that talks, you displayed some of your charismatic charm, and thus, you got off pretty well. And in fact, you've actually been given a couple extra sweet treats, including a nice bit of special herbal tea, straight from the South Pacific area. Ooh. In fact, from the Isles of Galapagos, specifically. And it's a very, very herbal blend.
And Dare would sit in the booth and he'd slowly take in the sights all around, take in the various people inside this place. He was confused when he first popped in, but it got him away from the cafeteria, at least for the time being. All the windows around are fascinating to him, and of course, every so often he'd remove himself from his booth to look at the clocks, look at the windows, so on and so forth, and generally just take in the ambiance of the area.
Of course. There's a little bit of a lunch rush going on in here, but, you know, it's easy. You've noticed some weird creatures here and there. A couple illithids sitting at the countertop over by the diner's main area that are just chatting and sipping from what appears to be some very weird mugs. You see kind of these elemental beings. You swear they're Ganassi, but Ganassi that apparently are much more translucent. You also notice a couple Dragonborn. In fact, one Dragonborn in particular has kind of got this weird hand. Doesn't look anything like a normal dragon hand, and it kind of looks rotted. Humanish.
Oh no. Oh, I think I know who this is.
Of course, from another side, you see kind of this man with some sunken eyes in some glasses. Kind of looks like he's just mellowed and in a nice mood.
Mm-hmm.
Just sipping on a nice bit of what you could only assume to be coffee and enjoying a nice breakfast platter. And, you know, for a split second, it's kind of weird to think about it. You could have sworn that as you were just looking around, at one point, could have sworn you saw what you could have thought was one of your professors just there. In fact, now that you think about it, he was wearing a Strixhaven University school tag. It was an owlin. Tweed jacket wearing. Of course, he was leaving as you arrived.
Mm-hmm. After a little while of just looking at taking in everything, and he would return back to his booth. Content a little bit. He already had lunch, but nothing's wrong with, say, taking a little bit back home.
Of course. I would assume you're taking a look at the menu.
Oh my, yes.
All right. as you're looking at this menu and just perusing through the contents,
He's looking for something that he himself, as an Epicurean, has never seen before.
oh, good news for you.
He wants ideas.
Well, boy howdy, do I have a couple ideas for you, considering the fact that you happen to have battered kraken at your disposal for a food. There's also a few other things, other delectables. There's aboleth tentacle. There is dragon liver. There's displacer hind. Brontosaurus kidney. Giant spider's eye. And there's even a stuffed mammoth tusk filled with a smorgasbord of different meats.
I'll take the mammoth tusk because I have a feeling that if they don't take it back from me, I can use that in my own cooking eventually.
By all means. As you put down the menu to order, sitting across from you is Professor Naylock.
As he lowers the menu, the look of horror in his face, he almost jumps a good 10 feet off of it.
That reminds me, I need to do something here real quick. Bob.
Uh-huh.
You know I love you, buddy. I gotta ask you a question.
Uh-huh. Hit me with it.
Let me just bring up Naylock's stat block. Interesting.
I fucked around. Let me find out, baby.
So I have a question.
Uh-huh.
Do me a favor.
Uh-huh.
Roll me a wisdom saving throw.
Ha-ha! This is gonna be bad. That's a 15.
Shame. Immediately, as soon as you jump, Naylock looks at you and goes, "The mammoth tusk is quite lovely."
After a couple moments, he would sit down. He'd force himself to try to calm down, and he gives a gentle nod. My apologies, Professor. I didn't expect you to be here. You startled me.
That is to be expected, though it is not polite to jump to another dimension. Especially in front of one of your professors when they just simply wish to have a chat.
I'm going to be completely and when it comes to you, I believe that honesty is the best policy. You startled me, and it was a gut reaction. There was no malice behind it. I saw you. Everything in the back of my mind immediately told me to flee, and I listened to my instincts.
Question for you, Ender, above game.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me what's going on in your head. You know, the thoughts that only you yourself can formulate.
Fear. Lots of fear.
Of
a whole lot
course.
of fear. And he's wondering how the hell Naylock got here to him. But then again, He's Nylok, so he's not 100% surprised.
Any other things going on in that wonderful head of yours?
Probably. Let's see. Probably wondering why he's here. Let's see. What else would be going on inside of his head? His mind is kind of racing at the moment. I'm expecting that you casted Detect Thoughts. Let's see.
I can neither confirm nor deny that.
Mm-hmm. Mostly right now, it's a whole lot of panic. He's trying to tell himself that he hasn't done anything wrong and to calm the fuck down.
Do not worry. I am not here to enact discipline, merely to gain knowledge and to corroborate a prior statement.
His words echo in the back of Inder's head a few times. Before Inder closes his eyes, he takes a deep breath and he nods a couple times. Oh. All right. What would you like to know, Professor?
You are aware of the explosion that took place?
Only by the fact that I was told after it happened.
And you were told this by one Mr. Salis Creed.
Yes,
correct?
Sir. Correct. He approached me after I came out of the student body offices to register for the festival that's upcoming. I registered for a cart, and Inder will reach into his pouch and he will show his voucher for the cart rental.
Naylock takes the voucher and reads it. Interesting. You are partaking within the culinary division of the festival.
Yes, sir.
I see. You are aware that our founders will be there, correct?
I am fully aware that they will be there, and I have made preparations for their arrival.
Good.
And as Nylok is in his head, Nylok would begin to see, as he's talking, talked about preparations, he would see a number of dishes starting to appear in Inder's mind, where he basically made plans of each one. Like, say, for example, Nylok would see a plate, a normal plate that looks like a half-finished treasure map, and he would see pieces of fish that would be laid on the map with different color sauces that would finish filling in the rest of the map to make it look like a full-scale painting, before it would shift over to a roast rabbit that's half-eaten that would slowly begin to grow these very strange, almost sugar-like mushrooms from them. But Inder would realize that Nylok was staring and would force himself back onto topic.
See, a very choice selection.
I've been aware of. I've done my research so far, and I believe that I have something that might. Well, let's just say you don't want to disappoint a dragon, right?
No, but then again, it is dragons who disappoint me. And you watch Naylock immediately lift up his hand and turn it to open palm, kind of like he's presenting it to you. And you watch as the palm of his hand, a small circular hole begin to appear. And popping out of that is this tiny little ring. If you are wishing to add variety, there is also the need of a gift that should be added.
For each of the founders, yes?
No, just one. Your pick. Dragons are vain.
I see. He nods, and if Nylock is offering it, he will reach out and he will take the ring, looking it over. Thank you for the advice, Professor.
You are welcome. I have one last question.
Of course.
Are you aware that there was a break-in within the museum?
There was a break-in within the museum?
Yes.
Indare shakes his head no.
This occurred before the explosion. A artifact that was donated had been stolen. One of lower plane influence.
No, sir. I'm sorry, I don't have any kind of knowledge of that. When it comes to the lower planes, I try to avoid everything whenever it comes to it, for the most part.
I see. If that is the case, I will not push you any further. And as Nylock stands up, he immediately heads over towards the main door to the diner. And he looks back at you. And within your head, I have a question to ask you. Indare, above game.
Mm-hmm.
Concerning your backstory, I believe there was mention of a temple, yes?
Yes.
Please describe that temple in full detail.
Oh boy. All right. And this is the information that Indare may not know, that Indare wouldn't know since he never went into it. But the temple is a very large stone brick temple filled with mossy cobblestone and mired with age. As you descend deeper and deeper into the temple, nobody is quite sure what the temple was for, but as you descend deeper and deeper into the temple, there are two skeletons lying in the center of the main altar room for the temple. The two skeletal figures, appear to have killed each other, fighting over a certain object. In the very center of the temple would be this altar, and on the very top of the altar is this strange crystalline figure with this. It's almost the size of a large cat's head, about enough for you to grip your hand around. There's a long crack running along it.
Of course. While Indare may not know what's inside, you will hear a voice within your head of Nylock saying, "You are wise to heed the words of your mother. The others were not so lucky." And with that, Nylock walks out the door.
And a shiver of dread runs through Indare's spine. And he's left in the booth, wondering of his words.
With that, he will cut back, one final cutback, to our party, currently back on campus. So hey, let's change those tunes.
Oh, hi Silas, how are you doing?
Damn. Just damn.
I wasn't lying when I said tonal whiplash.
Yeah, welcome to Saved by the Spell.
What were we gonna do after we took Antimony to to crash.
Question. That's all on you.
Well, I feel like at one point, Daedalus, like once we got near the dorms, he'd be like, "Oh, I forgot to mention. So we were being watched by 2 different sources. They both basically vanished the second I noticed them, and I can't tell you if they are or not avian."
Oh.
Are we still in my...
Salus? When the... Oh. Oh, man. So what happened? You alright?
Perfectly fine.
Why Naylock poof you out of existence?
Because it's faster than walking.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to like to do that.
Well, frankly, I just generally assume that you're a wizard, then you've got the ability to just teleport, then you're going to use it as much as possible. It was concerning, but eventually we were able to... He just wanted to ask me a few questions, and I provided. Though, I'll be honest, I have a sneaking suspicion that a good friend in Dare may be in for a bit of a jump.
Why?
Well, Nylock wanted to ask me a few questions, and he asked if I had someone to corroborate my story, and unfortunately for our good feline companion, that person just happened to be him.
Wait, so you sold your cat friend up the river?
I mean...
Well, he was
Well,
gonna
that was
know anyway.
sold. I feel like
Basically,
sold is
yeah.
a strong word.
And it's
Did you
not
get
like
money
I
for
threw...
it?
It's not like I threw him under the bus and he did something malicious or was taking the fall for something I did. It was merely...
What's a bus?
Under the cart.
Sure, under the cart. The thing is, I could totally believe buses were a thing here.
Buses are just
Goblin
big
wouldn't know.
carts.
Yeah.
Yes, big carts.
They're big wagons that can hold multiple people.
But, yeah, I don't expect, or at least I hope not, this is Nylock we're talking about. I don't expect Nylock to have more than a simple, hey, this is what your buddy Salus said. Is this true? And then he says, yeah. And then I'm gonna guess that Nylock does something rather unsettling and leaves.
He's very good at that last part.
Yeah.
The thing before leaving, the unsettling.
Well, I'm guessing then that... I guess then that Indare will end up having to tell him about that explosion he told me about.
I still haven't heard about this explosion, just that it happened.
Yeah, that's all I know is that it happened. There were some survivors. Indare mentioned it when I was telling him about what happened with the basilisk.
I mean, if
Funny
we're not
that.
being spied on anymore, do you mind maybe catching me up to speed with what all's going on?
So basically, since we got here, there's been some weird things happening. Remember that mimic Indare and I mentioned in class?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, we fought that. Some weird goop came out of it. And then barely like a week or two later, we met up with some other classmates for like something they were gonna do at the cafe.
Mm-hmm.
With, like,
Which was
frogs or
organized by the
something.
owls.
It wasn't organized by the owls. Something you...
Well, it wasn't
The
organized by the
owls
students.
didn't-
The owls are the ones who gave the invitations.
Can we
Okay,
please
okay.
ignore him for at least 5 minutes so we can get
Yeah.
the call out?
The owls are doing their jobs.
Exactly. Basically, some fellow students got messages they thought it was from each other for an event that they usually do a few times throughout the year. And we went to meet up with them to observe said event, and we had to deal with frogs. So the Vor incident, yeah, that was that. And it just so happens, every single time something happens, we're there. But we're not the only ones there. Like the mimic, there were other teachers present. But
Yeah.
no one got involved. And so, because it's an open investigation, we were told we can't let anyone else know. And I was like, so I can't even speak with another professor about this?
Well, why didn't the teachers do anything?
That's what I've been wondering since technically day one. I don't know. And part of me is wondering if maybe that's why Naylock doesn't want us to talk about it. Because he doesn't know maybe who's in on it, or they don't know who's in on it.
It's also foolish to tell us not to talk about it, considering there were 4 of his students there that he didn't talk to, who all could have easily told anyone about what happened.
Well, that's the thing. We don't know if he spoke to the others. We're assuming he didn't.
I generally would assume that he did.
Can we maybe, I don't know, track down one of those people who was there?
True. Let's
You
find
already
Rosie.
met one. Lucy grabs him. Wait, you already met one. That Rosie, the one who was like clinging to your leg for dear life. She was there. She was there for every single one.
Well, maybe she's caught up in the same shenanigans you guys are. Well, why not ask her?
That's what we've been meaning to do, but like I said, it's been a really busy few weeks. Like every single time we try to settle down for something, apparently weird crap happens.
So, I can't help but think, so if you're always there when bad things happen, and Rosie is also always there when bad things happen, but you guys are always in a group, maybe we should go find Rosie, is all I'm saying.
But wait a second. None of us were around when that thing exploded, so that's already can be discounted.
And we weren't all there for the basilisk thing.
Yeah, only a few of us were around for the basilisk, and if I'm being honest, I feel like the basilisk is probably an outlier, because I would just so happen to be walking down the hall and saw that a kid was getting yanked into their classroom. It was clearly a pet that they snuck in, or something that they weren't necessarily supposed to bring in. So I feel like that was a whoops, I'm just here. Whereas,
are you sure?
Well, that's the thing. I'm not. It's more so a hunch. Plus there was no gobbledygook coming from the thing.
That's the funny.
Oh, go ahead.
That's the funny thing about potentially dangerous plans and actions. Regular stupidity does not stop just because those are taking place.
Exactly.
Well, Occam's Razor is a nice little convenient kind of thing. It sounds like people are just letting things loose in the school. What if it was just let loose in the school as a distraction from something else?
And maybe that's what Naylock is trying to investigate. I mean, Salas, did he mention anything regarding the investigation thus far?
He did not really mention anything about the previous encounters, no.
This is getting weird.
Should we go find Rosie?
That seems like a smart move. What?
Oh, go ahead.
It might not be a bad idea to also get in touch with some of the others. Rosie is the easiest to track down, because apparently she was attached to your pant leg. Looking over confused.
Yeah, big fan of mine. It's kind of, yeah. I'm in a band. Maybe you've heard of me.
Yeah, the Hell Screamers, yeah. We talked about it at lunch.
Yeah.
I know, with everything happening, it's easy to forget, but yes, I do remember your musical capabilities.
Yeah, so she was a big fan. That's all.
Well, congratulations on that, I suppose.
Thanks?
Well, after all, there are plenty who pursue musical talent who never get as far enough as to have fans, so...
Yeah, I guess. Like, it's kind of weird though, yeah. So it's nice. It's great. It's fantastic being the center of attention and all of that. But like, I haven't exactly earned it. You know what I mean? I'm still kind of trying to find out how to do that.
Expectations forced upon you?
No, I went on a road trip with my dad, who's kind of a famous rock star.
Oh.
Yeah. So, riding coattails. Yeah, I gotta get out of my dad's shadow. I love him, don't get me wrong. He's a good dad. He's just, like... success kind of handed to me on a silver platter, you know what I mean? Like...
You need to step up. You love your parents, but their lives have a habit of staining you to the point where you might not be comfortable living it.
You
What?
want to stake
No,
your own
it's...
claim.
Yeah, like, it's great. It's just, you know, it's very clear it's dad's fame that kind of rubbed off a little bit.
Daedalus is just stroking his chin, nodding sagely.
God.
What's up, Specs?
Ironically enough, that's something Lucy would understand.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, the Vondaventies have a reputation.
Yeah?
Everyone in my family except for my father is a sorcerer. And me.
Wait, so you're not a sorcerer?
Nope! Wizard.
I mean, so here's the thing, right? You can do everything they can do. If not slightly better, because you've got a better understanding of it. So think about it like that, yeah?
Well, I have to
Don't
learn
sweat it.
I have to learn how to do it first. They can just do it.
Yeah. Well, like I said, you've got a better understanding of it, you know?
Above game, my impetus laughs in background.
I hate to be a bit of a wet blanket, but...
No, you
and
don't.
I do legitimately enjoy this conversation. But it occurs to me that if we are to grab and perhaps talk to Rosie or these other individuals, we may find it more fruitful to do so during the lunch period before classes start again.
She
Well,
did
then
say
let's
she was
go.
gonna go back to her room to rest, because she fainted twice.
Perhaps we should head off then.
Also,
Sully,
nobody...
let-
I was gonna say,
Hmm?
nobody actually introduced us to the other three. I have no idea who they are.
Other
Well,
three?
Oh, yeah.
Rosie is the best place to start then.
Yeah. So, Sully, my good buddy, and Velky will put an arm around Salas. We are going to do this thing called walking and talking, so let's go.
Sulky. And we just kind of walk off.
Sully.
Oh, Sully.
Because he's
Sullen.
sulking. Yeah. Yes.
Yes.
Walking and talking to go find Rosie.
Yes.
Yeah.
Alrighty. And as our party begins to walk and talk, after getting Antimony back to their dorm, and, you know, they're currently, like, laying on their bed going and snoring really loudly, followed by burping.
I just want to imagine the second we got there, levitate wore off right above their bed.
Basically. Just thunk.
Yes.
We will see our party walk off to find Rosie. And that is where we will end our session.
Yay!
Yeah.
Yay.
So
Welcome to the
hey!
madness.
You guys made a new friend, and another friend, and of course the hot friend, and then you gotta deal with an old friend who is now, you know, tying into some other shit.
And they locked it and turned us into like 20 points from Gryffindor or something.
You have no idea how tempted I was to use the Cerberus Snape line.
I thought you were going to pull the, like, liquid courage, bottled luck, that line.
Guys, I'm sorry, I have to leave the campaign. I'm going to be, Indare is now going to be the apprentice for Archon the Cruel. He's going to hell because he wants to hit Tiamat.
Sorry, did you say he's going to hell because he wants to hit on Tiamat?
Yes.
Mhm.
He trying to smash.
I'll explain
Smite.
to you off stream, Zai.
Perhaps we should start with outros.
I got that reference.
Yes, so did I.
I'm so glad some of you caught that immediately. I'm like, you know
I
what?
have read
I
was about to say, I've read Descent into Avernus. I know what I'm about.
I had the book literally right next to me, and I was like scrolling through it for some ideas to add into the campaign, and then I just saw that. I'm like, you know what? It's gonna be a fun little nod.
All right, but yeah, CG is right. Let's start with you, J Frost. Where can they find you?
Well, when you can find me when I'm not here traumatizing my players, you can find me over at twitch.tv/jfrost747, where we will be doing some Pillars of Eternity, some single-player Borderlands 1 Game of the Year Enhanced Edition, and of course, you'll find me over at twitch.tv/fartingtart for tomorrow, or today, technically, considering, for War of the Shattered Sun, where we're gonna go on a shopping spree! Gonna shop till we drop. But other than that, yeah. So let's pass it off to Zai.
Hi, diddly do, everybody. You could find me when I'm not here every other Saturday. You can find me over on twitch.tv/Zyme where I'm playing Dark Souls. Occasionally doing some art on Wednesdays. Thursdays and Fridays I'm playing Monster Hunter or whatever fighting game I feel like playing. Yeah, Dark Souls kicking my ass, although we beat the Bell Gargoyles. So I'm proud of me, thanks to a community member. Yeah, otherwise you can check out youtube.com/Zyminus for different archive videos when I'm feeling up to it, or the occasional post on Twitter, over at twitter.com/Zyminus. That's me. Who's next?
Bob, go.
Greetings and salutations. I am Shadow Dancer Bob. You can find me on Twitch and Twitter at Shadow Dancer Bob. Sundays we got the Maelstrom, which is a WWE 2K19 meets D&D show. On Mondays we've got Roll With Me with Lanny Pator on twitch.tv/Lanny Pator, where I've played Daenerys the Tabaxi wizard who actually took the stone instead of Endair, who left it the fuck alone and listened to Mama. On Tuesday we've got Destiny 2 with the 101 Guardian games are dropping, and it's my birthday, so we're gonna have some fun there. On Wednesday, on occasion, whenever Under the Shroud drops, you can find me on occasion tormenting the Under the Shroud crew on twitch.tv/TrashKingArisen, where I play the devilishly handsome Silver Devil. On Thursday and Friday, you can find a random assortment of shows on my channel. On Saturday, you can find me occasionally here playing Endair the Tabaxi Artificer, who is going to seduce everything that he possibly can with his Puss in Boots charm. And that is it for me. How about you, Willie? Where can people find you? What do you have going on?
People can find me at XWileyWilly on Twitch and Twitter, where I will usually play randomizer games on Mondays, or make music on weekdays if I get the energy to do so. And you'll find all that music on my YouTube channel, where I'll randomly make memes when I feel like it, which isn't often. At least for YouTube. Yes, that's me. Now, CG, tell us where we can find you.
You can find me nowhere because I don't much care for social media, but you can find me over on Farting Tart's channel every Sunday for War of the Shattered Sun, as previously mentioned, as well as every other Tuesday for the Curse of Strahd. We are off this week for Curse of Strahd, so we will be journeying back there on the 10th. Does it for me. Who hasn't gone?
Krista.
Oh, hi! That's me. Hello, I am Spoiled Chestnut. I usually do art-related streams, but I've been on something of a hiatus. Tomorrow is is the Vampire the Masquerade game that's set in the golden age of piracy. Yes, it is Season 3 of Fleeting Bonds, Blood and Rum. It's actually run by Nero Napier, so yeah, it's a good time. I am the one being harassed by Bob every other Wednesday on Bears of the Torch Under the Shroud. I play a goo girl. And every Monday you can find me hanging out with Tart when we do Poke Mondays, because we're doing a original Pokemon Gold Nuzlocke run. So yeah, we're almost all the way through it. We have survived. I lost my starter. I'm mad.
Oh.
Rest
It's
in peace,
also-
Totinos.
Yeah, so it's all food themed. All of the Pokemon are named after food. We are going to have the greatest bakery in all of Johto. And I fucking lost my Quilava. Sad times.
Poor
Loki, you should join the league. We have a couple of new openings.
Man, the only person who could have joined the league is going to be out of the picture entirely soon.
Yeah.
That's okay. Maybe they'll come back in the next year of Bears.
Fine, I'll do it myself.
Hey Vaughn, have you gone yet?
No, but I guess I will, because people have already found me here at twitch.tv/BurnoutVaughn. But you can
Yes.
also find me on Twitter and YouTube at BurnoutVaughn, where I upload all the VODs for this, our Tuesday game, Cholta Personality, where we're going through Tomb of Annihilation, as well as VODs for stuff like the Bravely Default game that I'm currently going through, which is, so fun. I'm hoping to get through some more of it tomorrow after lunch.
Nice.
Oh yeah, we might get into some more stuff, like some more Little Girls Dark Souls with Ender Lilies, or possibly pick back up Spiritfarer if I want to emotionally destroy myself.
Oh, it's so good.
I know it is, and it hurts
Spiritfarer's-
so much, but it hurts so good.
Have you got to the end?
Oh no, I mean, I at least got my first passenger off, and then I picked up a bunch more. I'd have to double
Just
check
don't-
where I was.
Don't do what I did and start calling the snake lady grandma after your actual grandmother had recently passed away. It was a bad time.
Ooh.
It was a bad time. Oh, I broke down.
Oh yeah, no, it's got me close to teary. It's got me close to teary already.
Oh, it will. It will make you cry. 100%.
Well, if being a One Piece fan has taught me anything, I do like to cry bitch tears. Ugly, ugly bitch tears. But yeah, you can find all that on here on Twitch or over on my YouTube. And aside from that, I think it's time for us to find someone to raid. And considering they raided us earlier, we should let them know that Indare is here to stay. So how about we raid the Unexpectables?
Nice.
Oh,
Okay.
Nope.
Oh, oops. Yeah, no, I don't have a command for that. One of these days, I'll make you believe I actually do this quasi for a living.
Mm.
All right, there we go. No, you can tell that we've been going for nearly 5 hours. I'm tired.
Yeah, that's cool. Oh my fucking god, Wiley!
Wiley,
Oh
what'd you
my.
do? I don't have Discord up.
Oh my.
God damn it, Wiley.
You know what?
Hey, what I do what Indare does in his own personal life is none of y'all's damn business.
I love how he fell into what I do before he said what Indare does.
It's gorgeous. We need a poster.
Okay, give me
No,
1
okay.
second here.
I'm gonna make this official and just say this right now. And Dare, Goldblum, you're both rolling with advantage for the next 3 rolls.
And now I'm going to show
Oh,
Chad
God.
what we just got. So here's X Wiley Willie's sense of humor. There's Baggy, aka Indare's first waifu. So let them know Indare's here to stay, and Baggy needs some love over in the Unexpectables. We will see you guys in 2 weeks. So we hope you have a good time. Oh wait, so I forgot we're supposed to play them out with the theme song. So okay, 1 second.
I mean, it's been like 5 hours.
Yeah, it's a bit late.
It'll
Let them get some rest.
All right, fine. Let them know Indare's here to stay. We will see you guys in 2 weeks.
Bye.
Yeah.
Bye.
And we are out.